think we're ready to go.
Okay. So I'd like to call the January 14th, 2022 Central Board of Architectural Review to order. Sorry, I got sidetracked because do you want me to share the agenda? You want me to share my screen, David?
Sure, go ahead. Thanks.
It says I can't.
Let's see here. There you go.
Okay. Sorry, it took so long. All right. There we go. Okay, so Central Board of Architectural Review, January 14th, 2022. Let's see, let's scroll down here. Okay, do we have any public comment regarding an item that is not on today's agenda?
Madam Chair? Madam
Yes,
Chair,
Cass.
would you please just, could we do like a roll call? I'm not sure who else here. I can't, just so we know who's present for the board.
We
mean, go ahead.
can. Go ahead, David. Can you verify the board member attendance?
Thank you.
Sure, why not? Let's see here. Board member Lonas, if you could just say present, that'd be great.
I don't
Puck, yep.
think Puck is here.
I see her. She's
Oh,
just
she
not
is.
unmuted.
Okay.
Maybe what I can do is just go down the list and say, so I see,
I am.
There she is.
great, thank you.
I'm
Board
here,
member
David.
Brady,
Yes, I'm here.
thank you.
Robin,
Board member Lash?
your video's on.
I'm here.
Thank you. Board member Ensberg
Here.
and board member Corlin.
Present.
I think we have a full house.
That's a full boat. Yep. Okay. Back to the public comment. Do we have anybody?
Madam Chair, I believe that everyone who has signed up for public comment has signed up for items on our standard agenda today.
Okay. Yep, okay. So we have the election for the chair and vice chair. I think we can move through this pretty quickly. Does anybody want to be chair? So
Madam Chair, we're hoping that you will like to continue.
that's
Doing
exactly what usually happens.
job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Somebody want to put my name in nomination as for chair? Or can and
I
Buck?
nominate Bethany Clough.
Okay, well then I'm gonna turnabout's fair play. I'm gonna nominate you for vice chair unless anybody else wants to be vice chair.
I will
I'm
second
hearing-
the
I will
nomination.
second. Oh,
Okay, so that was, it sounded like a lot of people, but Lowell for sure.
Yeah. No,
Uh,
I'm not nominating myself for vice chair.
I didn't think you were.
seconding the motion.
You were seconding the motion. Got it. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Who's
voting today?
That's my next question. Which Alan or Lowell, who's voting today?
I give it to Lowell. How's that? I'll listen.
Okay. That'll be perfect. All right. Any opposed? All right, so that was unanimous. The agenda status report, David?
Yes, we do have, there are a couple things I want to bring up. So we did have item number 6 on today's agenda. I received an email from the project planner indicating that the applicant isn't ready and would like to be continued to your February 11th meeting. I know the planner is here if you have any questions about that. Perhaps we should bring this up again, I guess, when the item comes up, but we did receive a comment letter requested a continuance of item number 1. So I think we can take that up when we get to the item.
When we get to the item, we can look at that. That's typically what we do. No, I don't have a problem. Do you want us to, either you or the planner can chime in here or whoever. Do you want us to specifically continue it or do you want us to just drop it? I know it's a difference. It can make a difference sometimes. What action do you want us to take?
Let's just be formal about it. Let's continue it.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda status report and continue item number 6 and can scroll
Six,
down
yes.
here, which is 21 bars 38 monument signs, Chumash monument signs, to the February C-Bar hearing. Could I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Any opposed? Didn't sound like it. All right. So we have the minutes for December 10th and 17th. So let's see if I can get these open.
So apologies, I attempted to finish these without the benefit of having the notes. So the one part that specifically I couldn't really confirm was the your meeting start time. So they're approximate.
Okay. Can everybody see the December 10th? Or are we still seeing the agenda?
The agenda.
Okay.
Agenda.
All right. So I'm gonna change my share. I thought that's what it was. So let's do that. All right. So here we go. Let's just scroll down here. I think that's correct. With respect for C-Bar members' informational briefings, I think what I said was that we should expect to return to in-person meetings no earlier than February.
Okay, great.
Because it was. Yes, and we talked about site visits and we talked about recusals. Okay. Okay, yep, we did that. Does anybody have any comments on this?
Madam Chair, I had a couple minor things.
Please shoot.
On B, I thought it might read better if it said, as primary public facility, the reception hall should be more prominent in its relationship.
Okay.
That's good.
And then the other was under E. We did talk about ADA. Is that something that we're is not part of our?
Well, it's not directly part of our purview, but it does impact how site design is accomplished. And so, I mean, if it's something that's kind of been missed, we can say that we're not seeing an apparent ADA path of travel.
Right. I think we did mention it as,
We
just
did.
heads up about it. And so maybe that could be added into that statement there where they're talking about the overall circulation throughout the site. Be mindful of ADA requirements, something like that.
Yeah, you could just say that. Please be mindful of ADA requirements and depict on plans.
Okay,
Okay.
that's all I had.
Okay. Okay. Now, wasn't this the actual morning? You know what?
Listed twice. I was confused about that.
Okay, so it's listed twice. David, this is a kind of a point of order. These comments, if this is the site visit, S1. So we didn't make any of these comments at the site.
I can't speak to that because that part of the meeting minutes was drafted and I wasn't there. So,
Yeah, well,
can
we
certainly
didn't.
correct it, but I can't
There-
speak to it.
We are not allowed to make comments on site, so we never do.
Right. I mean, it
So-
looked weird to me, but that's how it was drafted when I got it. So
Okay,
all
so
means, correct it.
could we move all of these comments? Could we just put under C-bar comments, say no comments were made on site?
Sure.
And
Mhm.
then move them, let's see, that's this one here. Please avoid B-Rock. And that's BEE for B-Rock. Some of those comments, Nicole, are expanded. So if we could take the comments, the expanded ones from up above, and because I think these are actually from the previous.
I agree.
So I think this is primarily the previous hearing. This is the first hearing. So we could just lose those, and then you could use a couple of those in here to expand what we talked about in here, especially the B in here, because we talked about paths of travel, and that was something we did talk about. So that's where that should go. And
So
sorry, go
are
ahead.
you saying to replace what's there with the more extensive comments, or you want them combined?
More of a picking a few selective, like for example, the one that
ADA.
yeah, the ADA comment that was added here on E, that should be placed on B down
No,
here.
on C, I think, identify.
Oh,
path
yes,
of
you're
travel
correct.
Circulation to structures, autos, and pedestrians, and be mindful of ADA requirements.
And please depict on plans.
Yeah,
So that's what I'd do. I'd move that, and then I think that's the only bit from above that we need to pull down here, right?
Right. Agree.
Okay.
Except for B is BEE, you say?
Yeah, it's B Rock.
Okay.
I think. Is that right, Puck?
I believe so. Do you agree, Lowell?
Yes, I do.
And it's named for the quarry up there on 154 that it comes off of,
Right.
Correct.
which is why it's B Rock. But I understand where the confusion came in. Okay. I think everything else on there looks good. Let's scroll back up here. So that was good. The consent agenda. Item number 2. Yes, I think I don't have any comments. Does anybody have any comments there?
Oh, it's, yes, I had one that we're on A
2.
and B there.
Yep.
I just suggest simple use. And then I would strike perhaps just yellow or red. I would strike that and just suggest red for the body and recessive dark color for trim.
I think there was quite a bit of discussion about this, and I think there was support for different things. I know you and I think Robin were pretty strong on it, but the rest of the board was not.
I was as well, but
I wasn't.
Okay. Okay, I got it wrong. Sorry, guys.
I think it was Cass and Puck, but I honestly, I think if you just took out the perhaps just yellow or red, it's clear enough they can work it out.
That's what I was gonna suggest. Is that okay, Cass?
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. Just take out perhaps just yellow or red
Okay,
and then, and leave the last sentence.
as is.
Red for the body and recessive color. I guess I understood that recessive being dark color for the trim.
I think we left it up to them, so. What's everybody else's? Or perhaps it's the word recessive, or suggest red for the body and a second
had
color
other-
for the trim, and then just let them come up with what they want to come up with.
Well, I very well that we talked about it and that, you know, yellow is not recessive. And we were looking at the body of the building and saying that trim, you know, ought to maybe just match that body of the building, which was, or there was other trim, I think, that was
There was
dark.
trim, and then there was, she was talking, I believe the applicant was speaking to leaving some natural wood color.
Yes, yes.
And so there's technically 3 colors. But I think I'm tending to go with what Puckett just said, which is we need to let them sort it out. And
Well, if you want to leave the word dark out, recessive means dark. So
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter.
Right. I mean, I think they understood from our comments that we did not consider yellow recessive.
okay,
Right.
so.
That's
So
all I have.
Nicole, just take out the parenthetical expression and leave the rest.
Got it.
Okay.
Which one are we on now? Number 3?
4.
4. I had
Do
one-
we have anything on 3?
No.
Then yes, we're on 4.
On number 4, I was going to suggest changing on C, changing attractive to appropriate. Being a lover of wordsmithing.
I am not sure. I don't know who made this comment, but I think I don't understand D. The house is laid out well. In reference to what? Like, you like the layout, or I don't know. It just seems.
It probably had something to do with saying that the floor plan was well laid out or something like that, but I agree we could probably just strike D.
I just strike it.
Agree.
Okay. I think G is the line weights on the plan made interpreting and reading the plans difficult.
Mhm.
And for example, consider using darker lines to demonstrate the critical root zone of the trees. This is not the only, you know, so just kind of restudy your graphics and line weights would be my concluding comment.
Okay.
So that introduction and then leave that sentence in the middle.
Okay.
And I'm struggling with this, guys. We had a big discussion about, and we can leave it just the way it is, but I think there was some confusion as to how, I don't know, maybe I inferred incorrectly, but it seemed like there was some confusion about how the heights should be depicted and how to demonstrate compliance. So I mean, this is fine, but it seems a little vague. on the other hand.
Yes.
Is everybody
And for
comfortable with
A-
it?
For A,
Yeah,
well, maybe you want to say, heights are not clear. Please, show,
Um,
please, I don't know.
Can-
I'm with you on that, and I
how,
agree.
how about this, Nicole, can we add on here, show height calculations from existing grade and label existing grade on plans as well as depicting in elevations and sections?
Okay, and do you want me to say in order to clearly demonstrate compliance with height requirements?
Please, that would be
Okay,
compliance or non-compliance. They need to clearly depict it, both.
okay, okay.
So that it basically so that we can read it.
Right.
That was the problem. Okay, so I'd entertain a motion to approve the December 10th, 2021 minutes as amended.
I'll move.
Thank you, Cass. Is there a second? I'll second. Any further discussion?
I'll abstain. I was not there.
Okay, so I think Alan, for this one, you could vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And one abstention. Okay. So let's see, that may stop my share. Hold on just a second, and let me get the minutes from 17th. I think the 17th was our special meeting. Where did my share go? Okay, so these are the December 17th, 2021. And I think it was me and Alan and Robin, and I think that was it. And it was basically, we did the reconsideration of the circumstances of COVID-19 state of emergency. I'd like to make a motion to approve these minutes as submitted. Could I have a second from either Alan or Robin?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then the abstentions, any nays, I should say. Okay, any abstentions? That I think the abstentions would probably be Cass, Puck, and Lowell.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna close that one down. And we'll go back to all right, okay, so we're back to our agenda. Anybody have any informational briefings that we can get through here pretty quick? Puck, you had something with regard to today, didn't you?
Oh, is this in terms of recusals?
Well, yeah, you could say that, or you could, this was informational briefings, but nobody's jumping up and down about those. Informational briefings or member recusals. Does anybody have anything like that scheduling wise?
I have to recuse myself from the consent agenda.
Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and I have to, I have a medical situation in my family, and I have to recuse myself at a hard stop at noon. And I will return to the meeting at 1.
okay. Do we want to go ahead and talk about the lunch hour? Because I'm assuming we're probably going to have to take a lunch today, even with the losing item number 6. Do we want to just kind of go ahead and usually what we do, guys, is we kind of, Leah usually says, hey, we're getting close to noon. Do we want to finish this item or do one more? We just decide, at the conclusion of that. But can we go ahead and agree that, do we want to talk about now how long we want to take, or do we want to wait until we get to that lunch hour, noon? I can do it either way. I'm just asking so I know how to plan.
I think we should see how well we do
Okay.
and then just at that moment, decide and hopefully take a short lunch so we can
Okay.
finish up.
I'll agree with that.
Okay. Anybody else have any other comments under recusals?
Nope.
Okay. Staff update, Nicole?
Sure. So some items that are coming up on January 19th, long range planning staff is going to be giving a update to the Montecito PC on the safety element and SB 9, which we discussed SB 9 last time. They already gave the update on those two items to the County Planning Commission, but you could watch that hearing if you're interested in seeing those presentations. And then it looks like on February 2nd, there's an appeal in Orcutt of the Pence cannabis cultivation project. So those are a couple items coming up. And then one other thing that that you might be of interest because it's in your area, and actually Robin probably knows about this too, is that you may all know that there's a fee for development in Hollister Ranch that has to be paid to the Coastal Conservancy, and for many years that was around $5,000, and it was just with the first coastal development permit obtained for the property. But it is now, I think, about $33,000.
Correct.
And it's going to be required for every permit. That's not a county requirement. It's a coastal requirement, but it's kind of a pretty big deal. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Robin may have more thoughts on it too that she wants to share, but thought I'd mention that.
Wow.
I heard from a couple clients. I mean, you're literally talking about, say, a pool permit or a small retaining wall permit. Any kind of permit is going to automatically be $33,000.
Correct.
Can you lump them together and do everything all at once, or are they charging for each permit?
So, I mean, I'd probably, to get you a 100% formal answer, because this is new to all of us, I don't think we've had to apply it yet, but the way I'm reading it is that if you apply for a coastal development permit that includes a house and other accessory structures and a pool, etc., that's one permit. So that's one fee. But if you come in a year later for something more, then that's another fee.
And that's where it seems unclear, is, you know, on a lot of these existing properties, and you're just upgrading a barbecue area, that would be $33,000. That doesn't seem to, well, that's not our purview.
I mean, I guess I do want to make it clear, this isn't a county requirement, it's a
Right.
coastal requirement that
Yep.
was decided in court.
Oh, yeah.
That we will be developing. You know, we will have to implement, but yeah, it is a pretty big deal. So
Actually, I think I read some of that in the paper.
yeah. Mhm.
Ouch.
Okay, those are the updates I wanted to share
Okay.
today.
Okay, and I guess we have item 8, reconsider the circumstances of COVID-19 state of emergency. David, you just want to read into the record and confirm for us what the health department's current and the state of California's current recommendations are regarding remote hearings, and then we will make an action. So if you could do that, that'd be great.
Let me unmute myself first. So this is to reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency, consider whether state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, find that the C-Bar has considered the circumstances of the state of emergency and that the state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, and direct staff to continue and hold remote hearings consistent with government code section 54953E3. So, this came up in planning commission again. Ms. Plowman and Secretary Wilson did speak on this issue as well. So the situation has not changed, and the recommendations are still hold. We would recommend that you continue to meet remotely. If the situation with the now the Omicron variant over the holidays is still, causing a lot of problems. It's more transmittable. So I think at this point, even the department is recommending that our boards remain remote.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to continue to say that we have reconsidered and that we will be continuing remotely, at least for the next 30 days until we are required to reconsider again. Could I have a second for that?
A second.
Thanks, Puck. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that was all of us. So no opposed. So let's go to the consent agenda, and I believe Puck is
I am recusing myself.
from this one. Okay, do we have somebody here for 21 bar 203 Dogged Park LLC commercial spelled incorrectly edition?
Yes, you do. Good morning, Bethany. Good morning, board members. You have Angela James and the architect for the project and applicant Evans Jones.
Okay,
Okay.
it's interesting because you've kind of combined your workplace and your name. I think the county put you in here as Angie Jones.
I see that. That's not the first or last time.
No, it won't be the last time.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, and David's probably setting you up right now, Angie, to share your screen. Why don't you go ahead and do that? I'm just going to caution you. I'm going to be following along. You are limited to what was submitted to the county.
Yes, understood.
Okay. So I'm going to stop my share. Go ahead and do yours.
Okay. So Evans, what would you like to start with here?
From the minutes for the last meeting, Scott from Arcadia and I coordinated our site plan, so our path of travel agrees on the site plan of both architectural and the landscaping. We changed the material for the path of travel from DG to exposed aggregate. Other than that, all the details on the architectural plans are the same.
Okay, Angie, you want to go ahead and just share those?
Yeah, I thought I was sharing. Hold on. Okay,
There you go.
thank you. Sorry about that.
On the site
worries.
plan, near the pad, there's concrete slab in the rear yard and the trellis. We didn't coordinate originally our path of travel there, but we are the same now with the planters and the path with that and the landscape plan. And we need to show the landscape plan or not. I think
Do you want me to go to
L1.
Mhm.
You could just kind of, if you walk us through the whole set, you could just kind of show us the details and everything as you go through, and then we'll get you out of here real quick.
Okay, well this is the landscape plan, which coordinates now with my site plan.
Yeah, that's your irrigation. Keep going.
I want to go back to.
I'll go back to,
Yeah,
sorry.
go back to A1 or A2.
So that's the LLC one.
Yeah, let's go all the way back to A1. So that's the site plan, which is the same.
Right.
Other than the path of travel and the material change there. So the next sheet, A2. That's a floor plan and shows the trellis. That's the same as it was on the conceptual. I didn't make any changes there. Next sheet. Those are my handicap details, which are the same as I submitted before. Next sheet.
Foundation.
And that's just the roof plan of the trellis, the same as before, and the details combined with that.
That's the rip and trellis.
That's the trellis elevation of the one in the backyard.
Keep going.
Details keep going.
Okay.
The extra elevations are the same. Colors are noted on the elevations. They are the same as we submitted last time. I did submit an electrical plan. The only exterior light that's added is at the south side door. There's one light there. I put a detail in the upper left-hand corner of the approved night light. Arrow right there.
Oh, right there. Okay.
So that's the only exterior light that we added. Other than that, I don't have any other architectural plans other than the specifications submitted.
Okay, why don't you zoom out a little bit and take us through the landscape, just kind of flip through the pages
Okay,
and
maybe Scott can go over those if he's on.
Scott, you have anything to add?
Yeah, nothing's changed other than the path of travel and the material call out for that area. So
Okay.
just kind of starting off at Grand Avenue up on the north end, that path that rides along the property line and heads towards the back, indicating the path of travel with that exposed aggregate gravel patio in the back and in the parking on the east end there. So
Okay, why don't you go to the next sheet?
just a couple of the details, concrete and
Okay.
the gravel path.
Keep going,
Irrigation sheet.
keep going.
I've shown
Yep.
irrigation details
Okay.
and our planting, which again hasn't changed too much from last time, indicating existing trees and new proposed, and just minimal planting back in the courtyard, around the patio, and then along the perimeter edges to kind of tie in with the existing planting that's currently there,
Okay,
and some planting details.
okay. Does anybody need anything else on the board? Anybody on the board needed to see anything else?
Maybe remind us the light fixtures one more time real quick.
Angie, go back to the light fixture and show us the,
Give me one sheet.
there it is.
One fixture that I added at the side door, and then the fixture cut is in the upper left-hand corner of that sheet.
Right, I think we got the location there at that door,
The fixture itself.
but it's the fixture shoot Cass wants to look at. Yep,
Up in the upper left-hand corner.
yep, we're getting there. Okay,
And
looks
it's
good.
got The night sky shield, yes, okay. Great.
Okay, anybody like, I assume you guys are done.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Okay, do we have any public comment for this, David?
Madam Chair, no, I don't believe so.
I don't think we have, do we have any comments from the board? I think that was it. For me,
I have no comments, but I would be happy to move to approve this project.
okay, you want to move to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, if that's the appropriate thing right now, I'd be happy
Sure.
to do that.
Is there a second? I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I didn't hear from Lowell. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Lowell. So no opposed. Puck is recusing herself. All right, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you.
James and Mr.
Thank you.
Jones. You can stop your share. Okay, so let's see, let's go to the standard agenda. Item number 1, 21 bar 263 McDonald Single Family Dwelling. Who's here for this?
This is the
I'm
one,
here.
this is the one that had the letter requesting that it be rescheduled so that they could attend.
Okay, so let's let me see if I can go back. Item number 1. Thank you, Cass.
Yes.
Oh. I think I'd like to hear from David and Adam,
All right, so I guess I'll start. So
please.
I did respond. Miss Jackson had actually sent me an initial email just asking for it to be rescheduled. There was nothing else to it. I wasn't quite sure who she was at
Mhm.
first, and I responded to her indicating, the item wouldn't be continued unless typically the property owner, the applicant, has consented to that. But I did give her my email address. I said, this is, if you want to submit a comment letter, this is how you can do it. If you want, and if you want to participate, here's the Zoom link. In that initial email, she didn't indicate why this, or describe the circumstances of why she would not be able to attend, and she did include that in the second email.
In this one, yeah.
So I think where we are right now is we typically would not just bump an item because we got a request from the public, unless it was something like a noticing issue or something like that. This kind of life moves on. Ultimately,
Well,
it's up to-
especially since this is here for conceptual, is it not?
right. This is the first time it's going to be heard.
Okay. All right. Adam, did you have anything to add?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Nothing too much more to add. Add on to what David said. Subsequently, I reached out to the interested party. Let them know that I'm more than happy to schedule a meeting with them to go over the plans at a separate time. Also, let the interested party know that this project would be coming back to your board for subsequent review at a later date. So they're aware of their options, and I have not received a response from them since. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm assuming that David and Adam, you've both got their email addresses and that they will be further notified in addition to the initial noticing as this project moves forward.
Yes, they will, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I unless there's anybody here on the board who has a different viewpoint, it in the past what we've done is exactly what David said. This hasn't been requested by the applicant, so we should go ahead and hear the item, especially at conceptual review. I do understand that the inflexibility of the schedule is a pain in the patootie, but unless I'm dead, my not being able to make a particular time for the meeting as a board member doesn't cause the meeting to be rescheduled either. So it kind of cuts both ways is kind of how I see it. So I'm saying I think we should just go ahead and hear the item and note Ms. Jackson's absence and regretfully her absence. I hope that at some other time, if she's not able, obviously, to attend or do it, I hope that she'll be able to review the YouTube video and then it be posted as part of the public record so that she can at least hear the discussion afterwards. And that hopefully her schedules will be a little bit more in sync and she'll be able to make comments and as well as speak to the planner at a non-hearing format to become familiar with the project and raise her issues in writing if necessary. Is that okay with everybody on the board?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. McDonald, I see you on the screen here. Are you ready to do your presentation, or would you? That's the Board of Application Review. Here's our. Is this
Yes.
the correct PDF?
Hello, everyone. This is
Okay.
Ben. Yep, that's the correct PDF.
Do you want me, as long as I've got it up on the screen? I usually make everybody do their own.
I'm happy either way. We can do it.
It makes no difference to me. I will warn you, my computer's a little slow, so.
Well, let's stay with whatever you're most comfortable with.
Why don't you go
honestly-
ahead and do
Okay.
yours? And I will tell you that you're restricted by the January 7th submittal here, the one I've got here, this file. So.
Yes. I
so,
believe
All right.
that's
So
correct.
I'm just for grins and giggles, I'm just going to tell you that I'm going to ask you to go ahead and present. I'm going to ask you to, do your whole thing, run through your whole presentation. Hopefully you can be fairly succinct since we have a long agenda today. At the conclusion of your presentation, I will ask the board if there are anybody who has a question for clarification or something that they missed or something like that. It's just a quickie thing. It's not for comments and not for discussion. It's just to kind of clarify something. Then we'll go to public comment and then we'll come back to the board for the board member comments.
Right, sounds good.
Okay, so go ahead and start your share.
Try this. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, and for what you do. My name is Ben McDonald. I am the owner and designer for this proposed single-family residence for my wife and I in Los Alamos. I went to Cal Poly a while back, and so this is a return to the Central Coast for us. This is just over a 2-acre parcel in a 4-parcel private development in Los Alamos that's accessed by a private gate. When I zoom in, can you see that this
Yes.
Vicinity map zoomed in?
Yep.
Great. So the private gate is located at the end of Augusta Street, somewhat close to the Chevron gas station in town. And so there's a private road. This is the last sort of undeveloped lot of the 4. So the 3 other parcels all have homes on them. And by the way, I have been in touch with all the neighbors, and I'm happy to speak to them and Mrs. Jackson as much as she wants to share my project with them. So I guess one unique thing about this particular parcel is that the southern boundary of it is the Los Alamos Creek bed. And it is a sloping site. So zoom back out. We're basically proposing a single family home with a detached garage and an attached additional dwelling unit. And before I go too much further, I guess I just wanted to verbally say that there's 3 kind of unique factors that are going to play into the design. The first is the topography, like I mentioned, this is a hillside condition. And so that informs the design, wanting to minimize impact due to grading. A second unique factor is that we're really hoping to achieve a Passive House Institute low energy building performance for this project. So that means sort of going above and beyond code standards to achieve a design that has very low energy usage. And design-wise, one of the factors that sort of keys into that is having a relatively simple form factor and compact form factor to allow those standards to be met. And finally, my wife and I are both artists, and so we have a unique kind of demand for art studio spaces that have a real mix of north and south natural light. And I'll just get into some of the local area maps. You can see in the lower left here, this is a county sort of cool graphic satellite image showing vegetation. Our parcel is uniquely barren, and we're actually really excited about that. So this is just annual grasslands that the Los Alamos Community Plan calls herbaceous annual grassland, and it is quite beautiful. There are wildflowers naturally there, and we're really attracted to that part. The other thing that we are excited to sort of draw inspiration from this idea of what it means to be in a small Western town that takes pride in that. And we're excited to be inspired by some of the themes that come out of that, which is using materials that are both durable and age gracefully, and also the sort of tradition of mostly wood frame buildings that sort of express their own structural efficiency and the utility that comes with this type of sort of ranch or rural agrarian architecture are sort of key inspirations for us. Here's sort of an enlarged aerial view. I have some site context photos that are tagged here, and then I'll get into some photos from the actual parcel after that. So these are some shots from around town. I have kind of collaged in the building design. We can come back to these to talk about that, but just for context in the beginning, the upper left image is taken from the town park. The upper right image is sort of at the end of Centennial Street, where you can see the sort of natural buffer that this parcel has created by all the trees and vegetation in the San Antonio Creek bed. The lower left image is actually not taken from a publicly accessible area, but from the western side of our lot, looking back up the hill to it. And view 4 is from a location sort of between the Alamo Motel and the depot on a back street there, looking up to the parcel of land. And then we get onto the piece of land itself. You can see the sort of barren nature of it and the hillside slope conditions. This is sort of the main view looking back south across town and to the hills beyond. More views from the site. I won't go into too much detail here. There's really, I think this photo here is sort of taken in the shade of one of the scraggly trees on the site. We are intending to keep all, I think there's only maybe 3 total trees on the parcel. We are intending to keep all of them. And then here's a couple panoramas. The top panorama is from the road where the drive entrance to our parcel will be, where you can sort of see to the left a neighbor's parcel. In the middle is actually the Megan Jackson's parcel, and then the private road continuing down to the right. And then the lower panorama is sort of a main southern view, looking sort of beyond the trees from the creek to Bell Street and Drum Canyon beyond. This is the primary site plan. where these topos kind of make clear what's going on. These are 1 foot topos here, just for your knowledge. And you can see that we're trying to keep the massing of the house and garage pretty tight to the existing private road to minimize impact to grading. And essentially we have sort of perfectly aligned each of the structures with the contours of the topography, again, to simplify grading. Both the garage and the main house are 2-story structures, sort of wedged into the hillside at the lower level and poking above, and have roof forms that essentially lift the topography and match the slope of the land. This is our landscape plan, which is more of a landscape preservation plan. We are not proposing any new plantings other than restoring the herbaceous annual grasses once construction is complete. So all this plan really indicates is header seeding and manual irrigation as needed to restore that. We actually love the idea of sort of a lonely object on a grassy hill in California, something really attractive to us. And, you know, the site naturally has massive vegetation occurring at the San Antonio Creek bed and existing buffer of trees between our neighbors to the east. And there's a good number of trees, primarily oaks, to the north as well. I'm going to go pretty quick through the floor plans and the elevations to kind of land on a key section view coming up. This is the roof plan, which shows that we are going to achieve the photovoltaic panel array using the garage roof in the beginning. But due to the orientation, the main house really sloping roof really sets us up for a potential future additions to photovoltaic arrays in the future, but the panels will be on the garage to meet code requirements. This is the main floor plan, just showing the programming. The house has a sort of widened, generous breezeway separating the main living space from studios and the additional dwelling unit on the upper level. The lower level is embedded into the hillside and primarily consists of bedrooms. These are elevations showing the main house and garage and that open slot of the main house. We can come back to these because I'd like to sort of land on, and all these also show the 25-foot height limit we are working with and complying with. This is a site section, again, showing the 25-foot offset from the land. You can see quite clearly how the roof matches that existing grade slope almost exactly. And then I think this is probably the most powerful diagram of the design. You can see the house is wedged into the hillside. The roof mimics the slope of the land, like I mentioned. And one major thing that we're looking for is this access of the indirect northern light for the studio spaces that I mentioned earlier. So the northern face of this project is very flat to allow that north light access. And then where the roof extends to create a very generous overhang to provide shading on the south becomes a very important design gesture for us. And you can see in red, those are the sort of winter and summer sun angles for the house. That south shade is also massively important to meet the passive house energy requirements to reduce cooling load. And then when you remove that section and go into the elevation, you can see how this reveals itself in its form. We're trying to really simplify and make that south roof overhang sort of a design statement and very sort of as elegant as possible in its execution. which I'll get to when I talk about the material system for the house. But this makes it quite clear that materially we're treating the upper level in as a Corten clad system, and the lower level is a combination of either cast in place concrete and plastered hempcrete, which is sort of a novel wall system for the lower level. But those moves basically attempt to try to break up the massing of this two-story structure so that the scale is broken down, and we're trying to break down that massing both in plan with that wide breezeway gap at the upper level of the house and the separation of the main house and the garage. And also when seen from below, we're trying to break up the massing with this long, generous deck that also provides similar solar shading for the lower level, just like the main roof does for the upper level. And you can see here the Corten material on the upper level, again, is clearly distinguishes that and breaks up the lower level, which is the plastered hempcrete system primarily. Here you can see like the gesture of the garage is that this essentially mimics the main house in its form. It just hinges and rotates with the 5-foot separation. And the space between those becomes a lower level courtyard for us. And we love the idea of sort of playing up that powerful gap between the two structures with a stairway that connects the two levels. Here's some more views sort of from the roadway at the upper level. And you kind of get this powerful shot through the house where you enter either the studio or the main house through this open breezeway. And then I guess, as you know, I mentioned, we're trying to treat that large roof overhang on the southern side as elegantly as possible. And I've studied different structural ways to do that with sort of standard beams and rafter tails. And we ended on a solution that is a structural system that is sort of a hybrid of a heavy timber frame and a mass timber structure. And the mass timber roof panels essentially allow us to achieve the structural cantilever with a finished profile, because I think that's really helps that design gesture to be as elegant as possible. Here's some of the main material systems. The Corten, honestly, I'm still considering two options. One is sort of a flat panel, large format Corten application, or trying to do something of a standing seam nature, almost like a roofing application applied to the walls. Most hardware we're trying to keep dark. The windows are a natural wood, both inside and out. And here's some further details of the materials going on. This is a blow up of the hempcrete, if you're not familiar with it. It's essentially taking light timber framing and completely surrounding it with a lime-based mix of hempcrete that basically provides the insulation levels that we need. And then a smooth coat of stucco is applied over that. And then here are the lighting cut sheets. I tried to make them very clear in diagrams that you can see on the plans before this. And that's just followed by our survey and civil plans. That wraps up my presentation. I do have one sort of specific question to the board about the color of the standing seam metal roof that I have proposed. I'm showing sort of a middle gray tone here, but I would like to know if the board would consider allowing us to do something much more silver, primarily to allow us just to further reflect the heat from the sun to reduce the cooling load potential. I think that could be a huge benefit for us. And because of the nature of how the roof slopes, that surface of roof is not very visible from anywhere unless you're quite far away. No one really is looking at that roof material much unless you're either from a bird's eye view or, yeah, like I said, when it's very far away. So that wraps up my presentation. Thank you for
Okay,
thank you for your time.
thank you. Before we get into it, board, I'm going to ask if you have any questions. But before any of you jump in, we will talk about lighting, hillside ridgeline, etc. when we get to our comments. But if you have anything, does anybody have any questions right now for clarification? Okay, I'm assuming nobody's struggling to unmute themselves, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask David for public comment. Do we have public comment for this item?
We did have a few people who signed up for public comment. I'm just checking to see if they're there. We do have, our first speaker will be Suzette Bennett.
Okay. Before let me just go ahead and say about how many people do we have, David?
I see, I'm just counting, it's just, I see 3.
Okay, so let me just do my little for members of the public who are going to speak on this item. We asked you to please limit your comments to about 3 or 4 minutes, and within that 3 or 4 minutes, you can say whatever you like as long as it's not vulgar, provided it's your time. However, I will let you know that we have a fairly constricted purview. If you haven't been to us before, this is a Board of Architecture review. We're often the first public hearing. So people come in and oftentimes you may want to address something that really isn't a part of our purview. For example, whether it's an allowable land use, there's a whole lot of things, traffic and a bunch of other things. But I will tell you that within our purview, we're looking at neighborhood compatibility. We're looking at the materials and the design of the structure. We also have a few other things that we take a look at, which is hillside ridgeline ordinance and those type of things. So and lighting. So if you could please frame your comments that provide as much feedback to us on our purview, that would be really appreciated. And if you have a question, you can ask and I'll be happy to let you know. Also, you will probably be on the list. I believe the planner is in attendance here and he'll be keeping track of all you folks. So without further ado, go ahead, David, and call our first speaker.
All right, Ms. Bennett. Go ahead whenever you're ready. Ms. Bennett, I see that you have your microphone on. If you want to play with the settings of your microphone, if it's not working, we can come back to you. Our second speaker will be Christina Batiste. Ms. Batiste?
Oh, I have no comments. I'm observing.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And our last speaker is Michael Nicola. Did you have any comments you want to show? It doesn't look like you have a microphone.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, actually no comments at this point, just observing.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Bennett has her hands up.
Does she have a working microphone now is the question.
I don't know. She's got her hand up though.
Ms. Bennett, if you you want to you could also, okay, let's see, ask to mute. You can also call in, Miss Bennett, if you like. The phone number and the webinar ID are on the first page of the agenda. So it looks like Miss Bennett doesn't have a working microphone here, or doesn't have it configured to Zoom.
Okay. Well, Ms. Bennett, if you, while we're still talking about this item, even if it's part of member comments, if you can get your microphone working by either dialing in or whatever, I'll ask David to kind of keep an eye out for you so that if you do call in on another, by a phone or something else, a different form of contact with a microphone that is not fighting with us, we'd love to hear you if you have something to say. So I'm going to go ahead and come to the board for our comments, and I'm going to go ahead and steal your screen, Mr. McDonald.
Sure.
So okay, board, who wants to start? Oh, don't everybody jump at once.
Okay, I guess I'll start. It's just looking at the topo map and the site photographs. It appears that the project might be in Hillside Ridgeline.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
I did a little, I don't know if you can see my cursor here by the number 4. If you come off of the structure on this side, this is the main structure here. This one here is 108 feet. And I counted most definitely 16 feet within the 100 foot. So it's definitely Hillside Ridgeline.
Okay, so my interpretation is that the structures exceed the height limit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have the information, right in front of me. So obviously, I think the applicant needs to show calculations and exhibits to respond to the Hillside Ridgeline ordinance. And I'll leave my comments at that.
Okay. I'll go ahead and piggyback on that. Mr. McDonald, just for your information, the Hillside Ridgeline ordinance that I think is applicable to you is 16 feet. That's your height limit. And so your building is quite, I wouldn't say egregiously, but it's definitely over the limit. And so you are correct in, let me see if I can find one of the here where you've got this existing grade projection. That is how it's calculated, but it's calculated based on 16 feet. If your pitch is 4 and 12 or greater, you have up to 19 feet on your roof. So you need to, I strongly suggest you go back and or get with the planner and get an understanding of how that's calculated, as well as what we need to see so that we can sign off on compliance, so that we can establish that it is compliant with the Hillside Ridgeline. The other thing that's going to come up probably when you talk to your planner is this creek. There is an exemption based on when you have a natural feature or something that has, I can't remember exactly how it is. It's the planning's exemption. That's not applicable in this case because this is the situation as I'm inferring on the plan here.
Yes, that's my understanding as well. And I have had planning appointments.
Okay.
Yeah, and apologize for the confusion with the height.
Yeah.
I have talked to my planner and the planning department and was told 25 feet. So I'll have to research that with them.
So, Bethany, this is
yes.
Nicole. I'm pulling up my mapping to double check, but
Yes, please do.
If this is, well, I'll get back to you after I double check.
Yeah, do double check, because if it's actually urban, then he does have 25 feet.
Right, that's what I want to check on.
It is in an urban area, is my understanding.
Usually on our agenda, it says like right under here under Los Alamos, it'll say Hillside Ridgeline or, you know, whatever, and we're lacking that. So that's one of the reasons I'm confused about what it is exactly. And the planner memo doesn't state it. So thank you,
Gotcha.
Nicole,
Yeah,
for taking a look.
In less than 2 minutes, I will have
No worries.
confirmed. Okay.
So that's,
I think that's it. It is within the urban limit.
yeah, you may have one of those exceptionally rare properties that actually is considered urban.
It feels
99.9% of them are
Yeah.
rural.
Okay, well, we can check that.
Yeah. So that's the first thing as far as the height requirement. The other thing is I want to talk a little bit about lighting, but I'd like to come back to that. And I want to say thank you. These are wonderful symbols to locate it on the plan. It was very easy to read as I was going through. So that was great. Cass, would you like to make some comments? And is there a sheet I can pull up for you?
Yeah, let's go to the elevations.
Okay.
And I guess regardless of, well, first of all, thank you to the applicant, and I really appreciate the focus on passive house and low energy. All of these things are so important, so I really appreciate that focus. I do feel that the project, regardless of whether it's urban or ridgeline, that it would be benefited by being more subtle and drop down, regardless of what the requirement is. I think it would be better.
So sorry
yeah,
to interrupt,
Nicole, go
just
ahead.
since it's on the topic, it is
Yep.
within the urban area.
Okay.
And it's the properties surrounding it are within the urban area per our mapping as well.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks.
So as I said, as designers, we're trying to find the balance between where the constraints are and what is going to be functional for the users, the owners of the property, as well as how it will contribute to the community at large. So my feeling is that it would be benefited by being lower and to be more recessive somehow, to not be such a prominent piece in the form of it. I understand that you've made it this very simple shape to take advantage of, well, a number of things. Of course, economy of construction, all kinds of things are beneficial in that regard. But I think it would, and I appreciate, like in this section, how the projection on the south side, creates a nice shadow and starts to articulate it. I think the structure could be benefited from more detailing like that. Maybe you extend it on the north side as well to give it a little bit more shadow and interest and texture. It feels a little bit harsh. And I think also the concrete on the lower level versus the wood at the top is a stark contrast, and it could feel more maybe with some kind of a texture on it to that the sun would play with. Those would be the kinds of things that I think would help it, especially as you have said, it's on this very stark hillside. So how it can merge in a little bit more, I think would benefit it. And I think that's all I'll say at this point.
Bethany, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I was asking Robin if she would like to go. I had myself muted. Sorry, guys.
I'd like to thank the applicant for a really good presentation, very thorough. I agree with Cass. I think it needs to be really placed a lot lower and be less of a contrast, more recessive. And I think it's very well thought out, and I look forward to the next presentation. That's
Okay.
it.
Thank you, Nicole. And Robin for your comments, but thanks for telling me I wasn't being heard. Alan?
I agree with everybody's comments. I'd like to ask him a little bit about the roof. If you're planning on putting solar panels on the main house in the future, what percentage of that roof do you really think needs to be a lighter color?
Oh, that's a great point. I think that the time frame on the main house getting solar panels is a huge unknown. I mean, that it could be a decade before that happens, because the garage gives us all that we need. So I think that my biggest priority is, because the main house panels won't happen for a good number of years, that going to a lighter roof color would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Lowell? Yes,
Okay, I again would like to comment on the presentation. I thought it was extremely well done, and but I think there's a conflict between what we're asking the applicant to do, which would be lower and make the project look more blended into the hillside. And my conflict in thinking that the design that the applicant has presented is exactly what his idea is, and that is to be prominent as a structure. And it's an architectural, I don't want to, maybe an architectural jewel almost on that hillside. And that's the way he envisions and presents it. And so I appreciate that point of view. And I also appreciate Cass's comments about making the building more recessive and more blended, shall we say, into the neighborhood. So for me, I find it a conflict. I love the presentation. I love what the applicant has presented, and I think it's I find the conflict is almost like it almost doesn't belong in Los Alamos. This is something I would see more in Hollister Ranch. So that's the conflict for me, that I love the architecture, but the location might be hard to swallow for its area. I hope that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Could I respond?
Yeah.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. I mean, that tension is a felt thing and something that we've considered strongly. I guess I just wanted to point out that, I realize that what we're looking at, the north elevation of the house, is in a way quite abstract because of its flatness. That's visible to no one from the public. That is only visible to the private road.
Let me just interrupt you a little bit here. First of all, I'm trying to get my board comments, and secondly, there is a finding. There are findings regarding all four sides of the structure, and it doesn't. That nowhere in any ordinance anywhere does it say if it's not visible. That's not a part of our findings. Visibility is not. It's not the issue here. So
totally understand. I
that's
guess
not. It's not even. It's not an excuse. It's not a reason. It's nothing. It has no
Sure thing.
bearing.
Sure
So
thing. I think
let me-
what we were
let me-
trying to, yeah, okay.
Let me
I'll-
get
I'll be
back
quiet.
to, let's let Lowell finish his comments. And I do understand that Lowell wanted to hear part of what you wanted, but I don't want us to get off because usually we just have our board make our comments at this point. So Lowell, did you have anything else you needed to add? I'm not hearing you, Lowell. Oh, there you are.
I think I made my comment is complete, and I hope it's
Okay.
understood by both the applicant and the board that basically I love the project and the presentation, just not sure if that's the right site for it.
Okay. That's everybody except for me. Puck, did you have anything you wanted to add? Or
Yeah,
Cass?
I think I would just like to support the direction of the comments from Lowell and Cass, that I really do appreciate the rigor of this design process and the strength of the composition. And from a purely intellectual perspective, it's a beautiful project. I think the challenge is to take that same sort of purity of approach and, like you said, this sort of rural pragmatism, but it is a rural environment, even though it may be legally, jurisdictionally described or defined as urban. All things being relative, urban in Los Alamos doesn't necessarily mean the same thing it does in, say, Playa del Rey. And so I think that there is, for me, one of the best projects that showed that kind of ability to meld into the region, but with this kind of beautiful composition, was Sea Ranch. And there was a real understanding of the environment and the topography, and you really are part, even you may be able to take advantage of that urban description, but you also then have to be part of that, in quotes, urban fabric of a very small town, where you are quite visible and you become part of that fabric. And so I would like to see a degree of just another layer of process with that. And I'm probably a little bit what's the word, but I'm a landscape architect, so obviously I think that although I appreciate the approach of just simply leaving the land as is, if you want to pursue this design approach with the architecture, I think there are possibilities in using the land and native plantings to knit the structure into the land in a way that softens it. And that's my last
Okay.
comment.
All right. So I think that's there's quite a wide ranging series of comments, and I never did quite get back to the lighting. I think that even though this is described as urban, you're going to get, from me specifically, you're going to get some pushback on the uplight, just because of Los Alamos, it does have a very, despite its collection of homes and residences, it still has quite an opportunity for dark sky viewing. And that's something I'm pretty passionate about. And so I'm just looking for.
Could we get into the details of that? Because where those are proposed,
You've got them upwashing. I see where they're proposed.
yeah, they're entirely covered. The idea is to just glow the underside of the roof, so there's no light escape per se.
Yeah.
I understand the concept. I also understand that taken as a whole, there's actually quite a lot of light around this building. And so as we get further into the review of this, we're going to be asking for additional information and looking at, how all this lighting is going to work. And I'm just telling you from my point of view right now, that it's very well lit, and it's going to be, not to mention the fenestration you've got. I don't think we have that view. The south elevation here didn't come through. Let me see if I can find it.
Bethany, if
Here.
you don't mind, I want to add to that. Separately, the planning department has a standard condition that requires lighting to be directed downward.
There you
So I just think you probably want to proactively look at
Finding an alternative to that.
yeah, it would need, just all the lighting needs to be directed downward, hooded, and the bulb.
I totally understand. I just
Yeah.
I knew this is atypical. I just didn't understand the logic. If essentially it's hooded and the hood is the roof of the building.
It's
So-
I'm just telling you what's going to happen. So take it or leave it. And again, this is not a conversational portion of our review, and we're a little behind. So I'm trying to get us kind of back on track. I think that for us, there is a lot going on with this project, as well as just the tension, as Lowell was speaking to, as a just a house, as a structure. I think all of us really are quite welcoming to it, and are having some enjoyment of the form and how it is laid out on the site, how it's situated on the site. Although we do have, I think there's some tension with its location, being in Los Al, and there's kind of a dichotomy that's going on there. So I'm going to suggest, and this is to the board, what would you guys think of as for a site visit?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. So I think that when this returns to us, I think we should definitely have a site visit, and potentially just maybe even a couple of story polls, because as demonstrated by some of the applicants' pictures of the site, this is visible. And so I think we could potentially gain quite a bit of information. For example, from Farini Park, we could get some idea, a better feeling for how it's going to situate on the site. So if it's okay with the board, how do we feel about that? Are we going to ask for story polls, or is a site visit sufficient unto itself?
I'd like to see a couple story polls.
Yeah, me too.
I would like to see story polls.
Okay, so I think we could probably do with, I think the structure has, I think what we're looking at is the four corners of each structure, each of the two structures here shown in the plan. So that could probably wind up with maybe like 7 poles, but really it's kind of an 8 pole situation there. right where the hinge pin is, maybe we might be able to get away with one, depending on if those structures are different heights or not. But so that'd be our recommendation to the planner. So that the next time this comes back, that we do a site visit. I'll also tell you that we've been tinkering with how we do site visits to stay in compliance and everything. So you'll need to get the applicant will need to get with their planner, who will in turn need to liaise with Mr. Villalobos and myself, so that we can make sure that the story polls and everything, the story poll plan, everything's submitted in a proper time, and that we satisfy all the rules for the site visit and don't run afoul of anything. So that being the case, that's a lot of comments, but I think that is the end of this item. I think we have a lot of material for the applicant to think about, and we are looking forward to seeing what you come back with. The presentation was wonderful. It's very thorough, and so we look forward to seeing you again. So I'm
Thank you
going
for
to
your
go
time,
to.
everybody.
Thank you. I'm going to go to item number 2, 21 bar 254. Shakrian, did I say that right, Tony? Mixed use building?
Yes,
Beth?
yes, you did say it correct. And Babak is on with us. He can give us his pronunciation. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's Shokrian.
Shokrian. I knew whichever way I flipped on the O, it was going to be wrong. But I have a last name that nobody can say either, so I'm understanding.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Tony, you want to go ahead and start your screen share and walk us through. And please, as usual, you're limited to the drawings that were submitted.
Sure, Madam Chair. We also have Ginger Anderson, who is our planner, and
Okay.
she'll open the presentation with a few
Sure.
words, and then we'll go from there, if that's okay.
Thank you.
All right. Ginger, you're on.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ginger Anderson. I'm with Stantec, helping Babak here and Tony get through the process for development of this property. Prior to this submittal, we have gone through a discretionary process with the county to subdivide the lot into 2 parcels, and that subdivision was recently completed. It's a north-south lot with the north edge facing Bell and the south edge facing Waite Street. The north, more or less half, would be developed with commercial development, and the south half would be developed with residential, consistent with the mixed-use overlay for this area along Bell Street. I'm going to stay largely quiet today. This is Tony's presentation and Babak's dream and desire to build these properties and contribute to the vibrancy of the downtown of Los Alamos. And Babak, as the owner, would like to say a few words too. And that's it for me, but thank you all for your time.
Okay, thank you. If I may, thank you for having us today. It's been a long road coming. I moved to Los Alamos back in end of 2013. So we started this project, I believe, somewhere towards the end of 2014. So it's gone through a lot of challenges and hiccups with splitting the lot, and back and forth with the county of we should split, not split. But regardless, we are here today, and thanks to Ginger and Tony. And really, the idea is I moved to Los Alamos because I just wanted a quiet, nice place to live, and we actually purchased the vineyard from Melville back in 2013 and have started the farming process. But now I've been there since that time, and deciding to make a life in Los Alamos and build a family in Los Alamos. I just had my first child, so you might hear that in the background, I don't know. but we're gonna, start to build our community and be a part of that community, even a larger part of that community, because I've been involved now for, since the 8-year, period. So basically, we just want to hopefully bring something to Los Alamos that, the community can use, that also people that work in Los Alamos will have a place to live, as opposed to driving, 20, 30 minutes after working in one of the restaurants or one of the other places in town. But also to bring some more culture, hopefully, to the community, and more business to the community, without, of course, becoming overgrown and, making it what it's not, because we love the quiet and the tradition. So this is a seed of, it's not the hugest lot in town, but I hope it's a seed of something we can bring to it, where, it can kind of bring something to everybody, and maybe, bring other inspiration, along with it. So I will give the floor to Tony, who's got the designs.
Good morning, everyone. I'll start my screen share, and what I'd like to do is just do an overview of the lot and the property here. This first aspects would be the commercial, but as I zoom in here, I'll show you the site. Commercial aspect here is along Bell Street. Many of you may know of Bob's Wellbred. He's the adjacent property here and business. I had the good fortune of working with Evans Jones on restoring that old building, which actually goes back to the early 1920s. So that's quite a compliment to town. And overall, we see this project to stick with the rural nature of the design throughout the community, whether it be an old barn style of the possibility of using aged lumber, versus a more of a farmhouse design for the residential aspect of the property. So I know Bob Back, I've known him since I moved to town, and I moved to Los Alamos back in 2004. So in addition to the restoration of the old building that Bob's Wellbred in is, we also did a restoration of the old gas station next to the Union Hotel. So I think this community is quite charming, and so we'd hope that our project would fit into that same character of the community. This is our first or lower level plan for the commercial aspect, again, Bell Street. And because it is conceptual, we're really looking forward to comments from the board. I did meet with the local LawPac current chairman and former chairman Brad Vidro and Chris Rather. They had some interesting comments, which we've not incorporated, but certainly plan to. So we would have a commercial space here, all under roof with these patios with decks up above, or with these incredible views. Would be looking towards Fig Mountain to the east, and probably to the local hillsides here to the south and southwest. Upper floors, basically the same sort of profile. We see this open area back here is a open deck, roof covered, along with these other balconies, as I've called them, just keeping it loose. We'd have roll-up style garage doors that open this, kind of blur the inside, outside, interior, exterior sort of feel. So that if you're out here enjoying a glass of lemonade or a glass of wine, you're able to kind of skirt between the interior and the exterior. We've got multiple staircases for egress. A simple roof plan. Again, we prefer to use the steeper pitched roof. So here's our front elevation facing Bell Street. I'll zoom in a bit here. So with the sort of agrarian feel, we can see this idea of these roll-up or sliding large doors. I'd like to show some of our inspiration photos as well. Here's a project in Santa Barbara that has this same sort of feel that you'll find throughout the county, whether it's corrugated metal or aged vertical siding, a nice agrarian roof pitch, nothing too severe. We'd like to bring in landscape. This happens to be a beautiful olive tree, it appears. use some natural grasses. Same thing here. This again just kind of shows what we anticipate for fenestration or large glass doors and windows, aged vertical siding, and the possibility of maybe a concrete wainscot rather than stone or veneer. Some real discrete lighting that might be possible. Now, we don't have the luxury of a lot of open space, but I think by having these roll-up doors in part of the floor plan, we can start to create that feel with the limited amount of outdoor space we do have. We have a covered entry porch and patio here that would allow for something of that nature. So that's kind of the feel. We'd have trees, hardscape of some sort, probably a flagstone or even colored concrete. This is the rear elevation. So we're playing on a lot of this indoor-outdoor feel with these upper level viewing decks or balconies. This is our shared elevation between what would be next to Bob's Wellbred. We've looked at alternative designs. We're adding extra fenestration. Gets a little tricky when you're that close to the property line. So we'll have to do a code check to make sure that we can have the amount of glass that we'd like to in order to break this elevation up. This would be the east facing elevation. So as you come into town, there would be a great deal of fenestration as you come in through, on Bell Street, heading west on 135 or Bell Street. These windows would be pushed back or recessed so that they're further away from the property line. That allows us to put that amount of fenestration there. Okay, so I'll now switch over to the Waite Street aspect of the project, which is the commercial. So again, Bell Street, just gave you a brief presentation of the commercial, now the residential portion. Here we know and recognize a strong need for housing in town. So as part of that, with Bob Eck's guidance, we've tried to maximize the amount of dwelling units in addition to the need for parking. Within the Bell Street design guidelines, parking is not required on site for the commercial aspect, but it is, however, for the residential aspect. My understanding is one parking spot for each living unit. So what we've done here is we've got a passage here. There is an easement on property for access to the commercial, the front lot. So we've obeyed those in keeping our footprint within that prescribed building envelope. So in this case, we're planning on a accessible unit at the first floor. And then we'd go to our second floor where we'd have a studio apartment and then one 2-bedroom apartment at the second level. Third level would be pretty much a cookie cutter of the second level for that third floor. Again, considering egress, we'd have open staircases here rather than having them being closed. And moving on to a little closer view of these floor plans, single unit, ADA parking for convenience for this individual, our exterior staircase and our parking. Just a close-up view of each of these floors, keeping in mind second and third levels are the same. We've got an open breezeway. It is covered here just for protection for the residents getting to and from their unit, as well as this code required secondary egress. Our elevations, again, zooming in here on our Waite Street elevation, we've created sort of that batten board look as you had seen in our inspiration photos. So if I move on to, of course, our building, we haven't really discussed a great deal of the color, but this is nice color contrast between a black trim, black windows, and white batten board. There's a 2-story with these shade eyebrows that we'd like to implement as well to break up that vertical height of the building. This is a a local building in Los Alamos. They've got a combination of lap siding and aged lumber for what looks to be a garage or storage unit, along with adjacent residential aspect that must be done by the same property owner. Another photo just to kind of pick up some of the elements that we anticipate based on the board's comments. So front elevation, open stairwell and access. We will have to consider some level of security. So we've got a door here that would lead to this egress, ingress for the residents. Here's our rear elevation opposite of Wade Street. So we'd have a drive-through with proper clearance. Our rear staircase, it gives the residents an opportunity to be out on these open balconies here. Moving on to our side elevations. This elevation would be facing west. Our pass-through or drive-through, ADA parking, just for reference, and our outdoor balconies. A couple of chairs set up here would be a great spot to see a sunset. And then this is our east facing. This is the rear. This happens to be Wade Street here. We've got some recess for fenestration, but you know, it's always a challenge when you're building that close to a property line. So I've added this additional gable just to break that up a bit as well. So going back to our inspiration photos, just to remind you that this is sort of the look we're shooting for, not nearly as steep a pitch. Current examples, and there are many throughout town. And you know, I mind you that there are other buildings within town that have this same sort of massing to them. There's some townhouses and other living structures or multi-use buildings that have that same massing. So I kind of open up to the board to lend their comments and look forward to working through future refinements.
All right. Thank you very much, Tony. David, do we have any public comment?
So if Mr. Nicola would like to speak, he signed up for all the Los Alamos projects. I'm not going to force you. Just raise your hand if you want to speak. Otherwise, I'll just assume that you are listening. Other than that, he was the only one.
Okay. I'm not seeing any hands waving wildly. I had a teacher who used to say this was a triple W day. Wave hands wildly. Okay. So board members, you want to start your comments? Who wants to go first?
Do we have questions first, Madam Chair, or?
Well, we kind of went right to public comments, so, you know,
Okay.
if
Well,
you've got a couple of questions, shoot them
I
out
do
there.
have just a couple questions, and one is, Tony, could you tell us what the railing is? And also, I'm noticing on the elevations, there's some places where the windows look like there's some hatching through, right there. What can you talk about these windows below, why they're showing dark like that?
You bet. So my intention there was to show that these would be actually operable type windows versus maybe a false window here. So that's simply the delineation, and you know, pardon me, I hadn't zoomed in, but further code check will allow me to give you a better definition of how these windows or the breakups would be used. Does that make sense? So these would actually have glass with a view from the interior within the structure versus these would be applied to mimic a window.
So they're a false window, but
Yes,
so it's just, you're just using that as to differentiate between the two types of windows?
That's exactly right. Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. And then what about the railings? Could you just talk about that a minute? Are they wood or metal, or what exactly?
It would be a combination of both. What I see here is probably a redwood type of material for the horizontals and verticals. And this would be a heavy gauge 4-inch mesh that would be open so that it meets the code requirements for safety.
Okay, great. Okay, those are all my just questions at this point,
Okay.
and then I'll have comments.
Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
Yeah, Tony, unless I missed it on the plans, where's the trash storage for this facility?
I think that's a great point, Alan. I have not addressed it, but I have an answer for you. In the commercial aspect, we've got an area here I'm calling common trash, because depending on how many tenants we'd actually have, there'd have to be rollouts or what else have you. So I've kind of got this a placeholder, if you will, for things of that sort.
would that cover the residential as well, Tony?
I believe so. There is a property line. And to answer that, there's also an area here where I saw as both a landscape bay as well as a potential for trash at the back of the lot. Let me, yeah, shall I show you on that site plan? Pardon me. Yeah, so here's the common property line between the two. So I'm just saying trash is a potential for both if it's okay with planning as such. If not, then we have this area here, both for landscape, trees, whatnot, and trash.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Alan?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not for me.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Robin.
I'm wondering if there's any other landscape. I can see some in the front.
Yeah, great question. So I see this, once we define where the edge of pavement is here, for instance, on the residential aspect, I think we'll have some area here both as a buffer in the right of way, but we had also had preserved this 5-foot area here in front of the dwellings for landscape. And I apologize, we don't have a landscape plan, and I knew full well that this had come up, but this is an area we can plant as well as this area.
Yeah.
And then as far as the commercial aspect, we've got a 3-foot easement here for utilities, whether it's Verizon or Xfinity. I've forgotten, I think it's Verizon here. And I think, I'm sorry.
Frontier.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you.
Formerly known as Verizon.
And I think we have some opportunities here, however limited. And there would be some landscaping here once we've got a greater definition from Caltrans as to what their wants and desires will be here on their right of way. Yeah, I understand.
Sorry, forgot my mic was on.
Hopefully that answers that question.
Yep. Anyone else? Any other questions from the board?
Bethany, I just wanted to point out that we have one of those, I'm gonna get this wrong, wildly waving cans now.
Oh, okay. For public comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hours.
Who might that be?
It looks like Michael Nicola.
Hi there.
Hey.
Hi, Michael Nicola here. Just a quick comment. I don't know if the board remembers the presentation that was made rather recently for a property to be built immediately adjoining this on the side, not the side where Bob's is, but on the Augusta side that faces Waite and Bell Street. So my question is, how does that affect the elevation that would be directly facing that? Because that was also looking at being a 3-story building and very large with a component of commercial and residential.
Okay.
That was on my only comment.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh.
Tony, you want to speak to that real quick?
I haven't had the good fortune or the opportunity to view that other project.
Okay.
And so I don't have a comment.
Okay, no worries. This is, this is a conceptual review. And so,
Right.
you know, this is where we're finding all of this out. This is where we're seeing all of these kinds of things. So, totally understandable. No problem. Let's go to the board. Cass, did you want to start?
Bethany, Chair, one other, that just makes me think, do we have photographs that show, as part of your presentation, Tony, do you have photographs that show the adjacent properties as they are now, at least?
I do. So forgive me for not having those queued up.
That's okay.
We do. And Ginger might be able to share those more quickly. Are you able to do a screen share, Ginger?
I can. I've got them, Tony.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just.
No, that's great. Thank you.
So do I stop my screen share in order for you to take over?
I think I already grabbed it. So
All right.
hold on.
There you go. Sure.
You want to just talk us through them and I'll scroll through them for you.
I will. Yeah. So this is a view from Bell Street. Bob's Wellbred being directly adjacent there. Yes. That's the patio that accompanies his property, as well as that beautiful oak tree there in the background. So you're looking towards southeast. The cursor you had there was on on Wade Street. You vaguely see it there in the background.
Yeah, back here.
Yeah.
And is this kind of the edge of the property going across here? Because it's
Yes.
narrow, right?
The one that Mr. Nicola referred to is directly to the left of that
Right.
silver truck. Yes.
Okay.
This is from Wade Street now looking back towards Bell Street.
Right.
Or this would be looking northeast, and you can see the Chevron station, I believe, there in the middle of the photograph.
Mm-hmm.
There's the same oak tree there to the left that we had seen in the previous photo.
Okay.
This is just a sense of, the beautiful rustic antique nature of town that we all love. This is the Union Hotel, and it just was shared to show you some of the massing along Bell Street.
Okay.
Other just sort of miscellaneous buildings also on Bell Street. You can see the old General Mercantile there in the background with the large parapet wall, which has been there since the late 1800s. This is, I believe this was an old livery. This building may or may not have been here for eons, who knows, but you see Farini Park there in the foreground.
Right here.
Yes, you referred to it earlier on the other project.
Right.
These are a series of small residential units that would be on the Wade Street side. So our project would be a little further down beyond that red roof structure there to the far right.
Okay.
This is a project directly across the street on Wade Street. It looks to be in some state of remodel of some sort. This is a project that I'd refer to in some of my inspiration photos with sort of the white with rustic wood siding is used as accents. These are local apartment buildings down near the senior center, again along Bell and Wade Street. This just happens to be on the Wade Street side.
That's a lot of satellite TV.
I'll just tell you, good pickup. This project is across the street from the apartment buildings, and again, old structure that's been remodeled over the years. Very low pitched roof. This appears to be a photo of the townhouse structures, sort of in the heart of town on Augusta, and Shaw would be the corner. So 2-story. Real steep pitched roof. I imagine it's probably pushing close to the 35-foot height limit at that top ridge there. More of the same within the same development. These are the apartments over on St. Joseph Streets, I believe, out by the Community Services District.
Okay.
Rather large project.
Oh, yeah, we saw this one.
Yeah. I think it was built maybe 5 years ago. It's been that long.
Yep. Sounds about right.
Yeah, this is the backside of Collins Market. There, the wood, pardon me, the silver vehicle. That's the back with Collins Market. It's got mixed use grocery store below with living units above, and an old water tower there that's probably been there for who knows how long, but that's a 3-story structure.
Okay.
I think that wraps up for those photos from the community.
Okay.
Can I
And
add one thing? May I just say, we also have that newest structure, the Mercantile, which is right across the street from the post office.
Yeah.
That is also a 3-story structure as well, which.
No, it's not.
Is that a 2-story, that one? It seems like it's like 3, but.
It's 2 stories.
Is it 2 stories? Okay. Yeah, it seems a bit high, but it might only be 2. It's a mixed use as well.
well, I don't want to get too far afield, but hold on just a second. Oh, that took me to New Mexico.
Are you looking for a street view of yeah. Yeah, it's directly across from the post office.
Where's the
To
post
the right,
office?
to the right, right at Augusta and Bell. See, yeah, right there in that area. There's also the Depot Mall there you see in that photograph.
And the name is, yeah, it's further down the street actually.
Other way or this way?
Yeah, that way to the west. Uh-huh.
Yeah, keep going.
Well, this is the site we're looking at right here.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
If you go further into town, Bethany, and thank you, by the way, for pulling this up, we'll see. Oh, see, it's just old enough where that building doesn't exist in this view. See where that camper van is?
Yeah, right here, the open area.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this is April 2015, so.
Okay.
The old picture, yeah, yeah.
So I think the key thing is that there are other structures in town that have similar massing. Whether they're 3 stories or not in use, they still have similar massing.
Okay. Did that answer the question for, I've forgotten now who asked for.
That's great. Thank you for that, context.
Okay. Any other questions really quickly before,
Comments?
yeah, because I'd like to get to comments and get on to our next project because we're almost to lunchtime, folks.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to give comments if you want.
Go for it.
Okay, well, I want to really appreciate this project. I think I appreciate the owner's comments and their desire to really respect and enhance the rural nature and the charming, this is just this little town is so amazing and we all love it so much. So I appreciate the sensitivity to enhance Los Alamos and to bring in these components that I think will be very, will really bring great benefit to the little town. So I really like the way it's designed. I really appreciate everything about it. My only thing I would just throw out as, in this early stage is I just love that water tower. And how, and I do love the black and white. I think it's, beautiful. And certainly there's many examples of others that you showed. I just would wonder, and maybe in your studies and as you're kind of looking at the whole streetscape and, how it would fit in, especially at the, at the height and massing of it, whether you might consider a color scheme that would be darker. Just a thought, and like I say, I think both are viable. So I appreciate again the work, and I think and also I really appreciate the housing component and the mix of the housing that you have, the little tiny unit, and then a variety of types of residential. So good job, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Puck?
Sorry.
Oh, could we go back to the site plan for a second?
This is the commercial site plan. Tell me if you want the residential.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, there is an overall from Bell Street to Wade Street. If you go further back, there you go.
Yeah. I think, oh my gosh, what is it called? The form-based
Form-based code.
form-based code. Just when you looked at those views on Google of the street and where there are street trees, it makes such a difference in terms of the overall feel of the town. And we're here for aesthetic reasons, not environmental, but the more tree canopies we can incorporate in small towns in these arid areas, I think the better off we'll be. But I would like to see a landscape plan come back that I know it's commercial, but there has to be a little bit of balance or some vegetation, I think, and possibly a tree or two to help mitigate the kind of heat sinks we're generating. And I appreciate the black and white color scheme, and there's certainly nothing wrong with it. But I think it's kind of an easy out in this day and age. I live in Los Olivos. I'm literally surrounded by buildings turning black and white every day in front of my eyes. And I think that there could be a more interesting approach to a color palette that is still subtle, but not necessarily black and white. And just the detailing of those east and west elevations, anything you can do to mix it up a little bit is great. But I do think it's the kind of project that fits into the town.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Bethany, sorry to interrupt. Could I ask for some clarification? I had a comment saying from Cass saying to consider a darker color scheme, and that was after she was talking about the water tower. Were you talking about the water tower or the overall architecture of various structures? And then the other question I had is, I think the applicant presented items 2 and 3 at the same time.
No, 3 is a
No,
different
they
one,
didn't.
isn't it, Tony?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it confused me at first when I was looking over the plans. I'm like, wait a second, did they double packed it? No, they didn't.
Okay. So
no.
yeah, just the question about the darker color scheme, Cass, if that was about.
I
just the-
think she's talking about as it applies to the proposed buildings, both structures.
Okay.
What I was saying is that when we were looking at those images, that I was very attracted to the water tower and how dark it was. And I just thought that it might be something to consider. And many of the older buildings do have a darker. So I just thought I wanted to suggest that they consider that as they're moving forward and they're looking at different approaches to that and even the project that was looked at, the one here in Santa Barbara, is dark. So just to consider that as moving forward, as you're looking at different alternatives to that.
The inspiration photo that showed the similar project in Santa Barbara. Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That's right.
Yeah, point well taken, but I think, from a historical standpoint, you would have seen the old barn and wood, all natural wood, and you would have seen that painted house, right? So if you kind of follow that same sort of a design strategy. I guess that's what we're up to, but we don't have any opposition. I don't believe. Bobbitt can speak to it, but to break from the white building.
I personally, we love the old wood look as well. This was just a concept, that we're playing with. But
Right.
the
Okay.
old wood and
Well, I
glass,
think Huck's comments were good too, but just as you're kind of studying and maybe looking at the whole streetscape with the building, how it might, how that might come off. So just consider it in this early stage as be something.
yeah, I appreciate the comment about the black and white and everything turning that way and Los Olivos being that way. So it's a point well taken, actually. Yeah.
Okay, let me grab back to my board here. Is that good for you, Cass and Puck? Are you
Yes,
okay?
thank you.
Robin.
Great presentation, Tony, and I concur with the previous statements.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alan.
I also think it was a good presentation, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the landscaping plan is going to look like and the color scheme coming forward.
Okay, and Lowell.
We missed him.
No, I think he's still here. We just can't hear him.
Oh, yes, he's muted.
Well, while you mess with your microphone, I'm going to go ahead and make my comments. Given the paucity of opportunities for landscaping and it's just a real struggle. I think you need an opportunity for as much softness as you can get. So, for example, you're back here in the residential with the parking and everything. Your inspiration photos, a lot of them have a gravel, a real nice, clean gravel. Anything that can help to, and I know you've got access, you're going to have some concrete, obviously.
Sure.
And that's always kind of a little bit of a tension point, but anywhere you can make the project softer and as well as just from a water percolation standpoint, permeable, I think that's a win-win. Just for staff, I really, really hope you can make this the trash collection point for the entire project, that the numbers all work out, because this needs to be landscape. There's just no two ways about it.
Yeah.
It is the only, at the moment, opportunity for landscaping on the whole site. I understand you've got some area back here on Waite Street, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you do back there, but I would get behind Puck's comments about trees and push hard.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have more of an opportunity on Waite Street, but you really guys, you need to plan now to just go to the mattresses with Caltrans on Bell Street. Get it in your project budget, get it in your design pathway. Just go ahead and take the bull by the horns and do it, because it's going to change the way this building not only approaches the street, but I mean, driving by like that one building that was just all along the street and it was big, long structure and everything. I have no desire to go into that kind of a building, but something with a tree out in front.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it's going to be and the selection of that, because you're so limited, you're going to have to really dial in and do your selection for a nice street tree. I wouldn't even opine about what that would be.
Yeah, well, just to comment, Madam Chair, I've anticipated that entry patio and frontage there could be pulled back a couple of feet along Bell Street to allow that to happen. So, as I listen to your comments, I think they're all well taken.
Well, and you might even, I know it plays havoc with your structural calcs and everything, but you might even try a pocket
Mhm.
in the middle so that the tree comes up, and that when you're on this patio, you actually get to experience the tree as being part of it and in the room with you, if you will. And coordinate with whoever winds up doing the design about what kind of tree. I mean, I could think of a couple that, you know, you could put in there that, you know, you could really make a feature. It could be a part of essentially working with the structure. And I think it would really identify the building. It's the one with the tree in front of it, you know?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, because at this point there aren't that many.
Yeah.
But it is an uphill battle.
And that's always the trick in designing properties that are sandwiched in between tight property lines. You know, once a building is constructed next door, then we're just looking at another building. So,
That's right.
you know,
Yeah.
there's always that challenge in terms of long-term design approaches.
Yeah. So that's my biggest comment about it is, you know, to do that. I would have to check the bylaws to see if this is going to trigger story polling. I think it's under the requirement, but we may come back to you at some point and ask for some story polls.
What is that threshold?
I have, like I said, I have to go dig
Yeah.
out my bylaws,
All right.
which I don't have sitting next to me, unfortunately. I usually do, and I don't today. But there's a list for, it's square footage based.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. And do go ahead and take a look, get with your planner, because as far as that, I think I know which project we're talking about. I think it might have been Greg Ravat's project.
The adjacent design?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's no problem. We'll look it up.
Yep. So just take a look, and then if you can show us when you come back, if you can show us, you know, kind of the locations of that tree on the Bob's Wellbred property,
Okay.
and then where the other building is, you know, other buildings are on both sides of the property, proposed or existing, that would help us tremendously to get some
Absolutely.
context.
Mm-hmm. You're
You know,
right.
like I said, it's conceptual. This is the first pass, and but you know, moving forward, if you can give us that context, that'd be excellent.
Yeah, the comments have been favorable, so we feel comfortable
Yep.
moving forward.
Yeah, no, I'd say that the comments are favorable. And I would just also say that I concur with what everybody else has said. Now I'm going to come back to Lowell. Do we still have Lowell? Did you need to make a comment, Lowell?
Yes, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Thank
I
you.
lost my connection. Okay, I'm going to go just a little bit against the grain here, but I don't see, and I appreciate the design, by the way, Tony. I think the design is good, and from the elements of your design and such. The two-story structure, I'm okay with. I think the three-story structure goes against what I perceive personally, sorry, but my personal perception of what I see as the original Los Alamos, and trying to be in keeping with the historical look of Los Alamos. And all of the structures that you presented photos of were 1 and 2 story, excepting maybe the water tower and such, but they're all 1 and 2 story. And most of the structures, if not all of the structures surrounding the Waite Street residential portion, were all 1-story structures. So for me, I have a problem with a 3-story structure in general, not necessarily your project, but just in general in Los Alamos. I just don't see that as a fitting size and scale element for Los Alamos. And that's really my only comment. But otherwise, the architecture I think is appropriate, but just the size and of the 3-story is a little bit grating for me in Los Alamos. That would be my only comments.
Okay. And I would, to a certain extent, I'm having somewhat of a similar struggle too. So Lowell's not the only one, I think, who has a little struggle. So anything you can do with that 3-story to I don't know. You don't have much room, but it's one of those things where, eventually, if the property next door has a 3-story and this one has a 3-story
Right.
and we're all 0 lot line, it's like, holy moly here, I mean, there's a lot going on. So just kind of think about that as you move forward. All right.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
So the living space in terms of the actual vertical height, I think we've got maybe a 9-foot plate at the first floor and subsequent 8-foot, 6 or 9-foot plates. So, the actual living space would be at, I think, 24, 25 total heights. If we were to come back with a alternate roof design, does that help in reaching some sort of comfort level with 3 stories?
I'm not going to speak for Lowell, but I think that if anything you can do to take it in mind and to kind of take into account the fact that you could have 2, 3 stories, one on either side, and how would that work with your building?
Well, we'd have to have the crystal ball, right? So
yeah, exactly.
We
I know.
don't know what's going to be built on either side of us ultimately.
Well, that other project, the one that's on the other side that we just looked at, if it's the one I think it is, I think it's definitely 2-story on that end. I'm pretty sure, and it might be 3. So that might inform
Right.
something as you move forward.
Yeah, go ahead. Bob's Well-Bred is single story, and
Yes.
Bob's little vacation rentals behind his bakery are single story, and then you're
Right.
putting a 3-story next to it. So I think just isn't appropriate in my eyes. But even though the ordinance may allow it, it just from a visual standpoint and living in the real world, it seems to me inappropriate. But
Sorry to interrupt. We're talking about the commercial building right now, right? And
we're talking about the residential on Waite Street.
No, I know, but are we taking items 2 and 3 together then?
No.
Okay.
This is still item 2.
Bethany,
Yes.
may I just make a comment that?
Yeah.
I think, and this is the difficult part of it that Tony was referring to with the crystal ball, but in doing due diligence, or maybe staff could assist, that when the form-based code was written in the general plan for Los Alamos, the idea was that there would be this articulation of buildings where things were really moving in and out, and the heights moving up and down, so that you didn't get a solid frontage of 3-story massing along any side, and that when you were adjacent or backing up to the residential properties, that you would step down, so that to address the neighborhood adjacencies. And I think that's what Lowell's getting to, is that this doesn't, I don't think it quite meets the spirit of that form-based code as it was being envisioned. And I think that's the other problem, is that, it may be taking a look at the land, site plan again, but if I know we can't mitigate with landscape, but having these green spaces that also create breathing spaces within these commercial structures is important. But I think it's unfortunate that, we can't see that other project, but that's what we want to just see more articulation on Bell Street.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Okay. Well, I that's a whole host of comments there. So that should be enough to be getting on with. As noted on the agenda, the item number 3 is also you guys. So 21 bar 262 Shokrian residential building. And I'm assuming that this is fairly close in the, or is this 2 projects?
No, so I've elected to, or I should say we've elected to present both.
Okay, because that's not the way it's stacked in the.
Yeah, so we decided to have 2 separate BAR case numbers. One is for the front half of the property that's commercial, and one is for the back half on Waite, which is the residential portion. And that was leading to my question. So the reason we did that was to anticipate if we got different kinds of comments or different feedback on each side, that the other.
Okay, so
proceeded
this is what Nicole asked me earlier. So Nicole, I was wrong. They did do both of them at the same time.
Okay. And I mean, I think you guys also gave comments on both at the same time.
We did give comments on both of them.
So I will just put a note under item 3 to say, maybe say see above for comments on both items.
Yeah, because I think for this, for the minutes of this meeting, this is directed at the applicant. For purposes of this meeting, because of the way it was stacked into box, and because I didn't realize we reviewed it all kind of as one project.
So hang on, sorry to interrupt again. This is Ginger. Tony, did you did present the residential elevations already then?
I did actually, and that's what Lowell Commissioner.
Okay, got it.
Lowell
Never
was
mind.
referring to. But
Yes.
you know, I do have another element. I don't know whether this is the time to introduce the, I did a elevation of both buildings concurrent, but if we feel like we've had a thorough review, I'm ready to move on.
Yeah, it's you're talking about like from Bob's Wellbred or from the east side.
Yeah, because you know, I know the sensitivity to the 3-story. The design guidelines allow for it. And believe me, I'm a resident of Los Alamos, or have been for quite some time, as the rest of us are. But as with most things, with the need for housing, you know, how do you get it to pencil out unless you maximize what's allowed by both the ordinance and the design guidelines? So just a
Is
word.
this what you were talking about?
Yes, correct. And there's one from each side. So that would be Bell's to the left and Wade is to the right. And right there you have it. So that's what I would add to the discussion in terms of heights and so forth by meeting some of the design guidelines on the right in Bell Street. There's not a great deal of difference in height there.
No, and I think Lowell's comments had more to do with here we go. I think what he's really speaking to is, let me just pull it up here. He's speaking to the Waite Street elevation, this
Sure.
one right here.
I understand. And there's, you know, there's nothing but really 1-stories there around that
Yep.
particular proposed elevation.
Right.
On
So,
this one, sorry, on this one, Tony talked about a couple of things, anticipating a comment to that effect. Did you want to run through your ideas about how to kind of soften this side?
Yeah, that'd be great. Bethany, is it, can you do a screen share again? Can I just push the
yeah,
screen
you can
button?
share it.
Okay, thank you.
I would ask you to please stick with stuff that's been submitted, but
Yeah, no, absolutely. So
Okay.
it's giving me a prompt. This will stop other
Yeah,
screen
go ahead.
sharing. Okay. So let me go back to the Waite Street. What we talked about both last night or.
You have to go ahead and click your share.
Oh,
so
you're
that
right. Thank you. Yes, yes.
I did that earlier. There you go.
What Bobak and Ginger and I had talked about was the idea of reducing the massing of the roof. So this is really an open element. You know, if it helped with comfort level at all, getting beyond a 3-story element, that we could put another gable here and just remove these portions of roof. In addition to other things that I can see, but you know, just quickly thinking about this as a potential gable. And really maybe even going towards having this look like a singular residence is another way to handle it. So I think there's
I think if you can break it up, you're going to be more successful. So, and
Yeah.
it had occurred to me that, you know, putting that gable facing weight, and then, yeah, if you can get rid of the rest of that, you know, run the roof a different way.
Yeah.
I think those are all positives. I think, to create that covered area, if you do something that's more flat, you know, something
Sure.
that's, yeah,
Yeah,
in there instead of
uh-huh.
having, so that it reads as open, at
Sure.
least when you're kind of looking at it from the street. I realize that's on the 3rd level, but even so, so I think in response to Lowell's comments and mine, specifically, but anything you can do to lessen that, I would also suggest that you show us the cottage, you know, even just an outline to
Yeah,
the
here.
left.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then whatever those the other to the right, whatever's
Yeah.
proposed over there. Yeah. Because those drawings, I mean, obviously it's not been built, but
Yeah, certainly our planner can help us with those documents.
yes.
So I think we can open this up just to reiterate, and I can see that this would be a gabled roof line here, which starts to reduce some of that roof line, at least up at that upper level.
Yeah, I think that would help, Tony. And I think you're going to want some type of covering though over your open walkway for inclement weather access to the front doors or of the units.
Yeah, I can see where that would be just a horizontal element with minimal slope to front and back. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
since we're having this discussion, could I just add a little bit?
Jump right in.
I agree. I would also like to just, you know, point out that this is in the downtown area. So it is the most appropriate place for there to be larger buildings. And so to me, I appreciate the comments about the street trees. I think all of that is also in keeping with a downtown street, the main downtown street. And I think that these thoughts that have been just suggested about, you know, changing the roof line can help. And also the darker color can also help to just reduce the size of it, make it feel a little bit less large. The white is going to feel bigger than a darker color. So those are just some other things I'd just like to throw into the mix. And then, showing the full a rendering that shows the streetscape so that you see these other buildings that are next to
Like we
it.
were just talking about.
Yes, I
Yeah,
think that would be really helpful. So, but I just wanted to make that point that, if there is going to be a taller building, this would be the place for it to be. And it's true what Tony says, with the housing, to get housing, you need more housing, you're going to have to go up. So that I just want to add that to the discussion.
Okay, thanks, Cass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tony, can you clarify, this is 4 units or 5 units?
5 units.
And you have 4 parking spaces?
5.
5, okay. I didn't see the 5th.
Yeah, we have one reserved sort of as a wider spot for potential ADU parking.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So at the first floor is our accessible unit, which is a single bedroom. To the left, stacking here are each studio apartments, if you will. And then each of these is 2 bedrooms.
Okay, thank you for
you're welcome.
Repeating that.
Any other board comment? Okay, I think that concludes the reviews of items 2 and 3, although it took me a while to call item number 3. So lots of comments for you guys to work with, and
Sure.
you know, as you move forward. Nice presentation, and
you.
thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Okay,
Thank
item 4, 21 bar 268 Gershenson, new single family dwelling, San Ynez, and I think that's also Tony.
Yeah, we're gonna squeeze this in before lunch break. I'm all for it.
Board, what do you think? You got 20 minutes.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay. Let me get through here. Hopefully the owner's been able to log in.
They're here.
Okay, great.
Tony. Hi, board.
So here's our site. We're on East Oak
Go ahead.
Trail.
And you're going to have to reshare.
Thank you, ma'am. I get going and
Me too.
now I feel pressed with this time frame, but I'll do my best. Here's our lot, East Oak Trails Estates out in San Ynez. I've got site photos numbered here appropriately, either from the entry at the roadway in various directions. Let me zoom in a bit. This is the property access from Oak Trail Road. Nice, beautiful oak tree entryway. 2 is looking west. Nice horizontal sight lines there. Item 3 is towards Fig Mountain, just over the hill. So I'm at a lower elevation here at number 3. 4 also somewhat that same direction, but sort of a southeast direction, just giving an example of view. Number 5 is from this oak tree cluster down below, which we'd like to drive through for our garage entry down below. And number 6, again, towards Fig Mountain from the potential or proposed driveway. Moving on to a larger overview of the site, we're proposing the house location here at the sort of the high point or the knoll. This is a dirt road that cuts through sort of the center of the property. We've met with the fire department. We've met on a number of different groups in terms of overall site development. So we've planned on that particular site for the house. Here's an enlarged plan view, and I noticed that my footprint didn't show up within the PDF, so forgive me. This dashed area is the house, the pool and landscape at a lower elevation. Our driveway and hammerhead would be up at the other upper elevation. We see some informal landscape, which we're working with Kevin Small on both as an arborist and a landscape architect. Again, we'd like to bring our driveway to the lower garage here through the oak trees. And we may have to mitigate for a tree or two that are in this area. You can see the drip line there. These are our sight lines and site sections. We do plan to go to I believe it's 5 and 12 pitch, front to back, and then a 6 and 12 on the front. I'd like to show you some of our inspiration photos. So this is what the owner would like to see. We know that white will not be approved here, so we're working with a gray color scheme, as well as a stone wainscoting. But some of these elements we've implemented into the design, whether it's the tall vertical windows, covered porch, and the delineation within the gable, but not a white structure, simply for roof line and other things that we'd like to accomplish. Front door scheme, we like this sort of cross pattern here in terms of the fenestration. We'd be going probably to a darker a gray window trim. Again, a front door portion. Just give you a sense of what we see as far as the window, not the architecture, but just the fenestration. Okay, going back to our plan, you can see that we've changed the roof line in order to fit within that maximum building height envelope. Here's our existing grade. We're planning a raised floor design, which is what is indicated here on the lower section. So we've done our utmost to stay within our building heights. Okay, moving on to the next page with our
And
elevation.
does that mean you've stayed inside of it or you haven't?
We have.
Okay, thank you.
I think there may be one exception, but we'll get to that as well. Floor plan, high side here, we've got about a, we're planning for about a 12-foot drop between this elevation and the lower level. I'm really seeing this as a single story with a walkout basement. We want to take advantage of a roof deck over the garage, which is at that lower elevation. That way we've got, if you will, we've got the sunrise here and the sunsets here to the west, which makes for a fabulous layout from the master or the owner's suite. Pool and landscape there at the backside. Here's a potential for an area down at the lower level or walkout basement at the same elevation as the garage at this lower elevation. Unexcavated crawl space for the upper portion and as well in this area here. Here's our elevations. I'll zoom in on the front elevation. You can see a lot of those elements that I shared from our inspiration photos. We see this as a gray, hardy siding gray slate is the color. And we're currently working with a metal roofing company. We've got some burnished grays and some other colors that we've selected. I unfortunately wasn't able to get the samples before the meeting, but I can assure you that it'll be a darker complementary roof color to this gray slate. This is a stone veneer sample. I see it more of a ledger dry stack rather than grouting. So that wainscot will be around the front perimeter delineated by this this hash pattern here. This is our rear elevation, our walkout basement, pool deck area. This is our roof deck out from the guest room and the master suite. This is our main living space, dining and kitchen area here. And then we would have those informal walkways around the perimeter to get to the lower elevation. Site sections, and you asked about if I'm within the roof line. I have a smidge, I'm calling it, on this gable end that exceeds the 19-foot height limitation at that point there. And
where is that? Which?
Yeah, so here it is on the alternate side elevation, and I can now show you on the front elevation. I was hesitant to clip this roof on the backside; it just would look odd. So this isn't really truly indicative, but it would cut halfway across this small gable end. And if we were looking at percentages, I'd say it's probably less than 1% of the overall roof line that protrudes out. I don't know if that matters to the board, but yeah, there's that smidge there of gable end that comes out over this roof line. And I've looked at it in a number of different ways, even by reducing the roof pitch right to left. So I'll wait on comment from that.
Okay.
We've talked with the owners about these incredible views off this roof deck. It would be our preference to go to glass panels if the board sees fit, but that's what we prefer to do is glass, so we don't have so we can have unobstructed views, mainly from a seating position. And moving on, landscape plan. I mentioned the hammerhead earlier. This is probably fits the needs of the fire department standards. Feel pretty confident. So we'd have a semicircular driveway. And this turnout reinforced for fire department. Here's our plant palette. So a lot of drought tolerant type approach is the norm. We'd like to use these stone boulders and things for these elegant sort of natural organic walkways, if you will, with some flagstone around the pool in those areas. we will have to do some mitigation. So by removal of some of these trees here in order for this siding to work, I think we've talked about the potential for mitigating here, which would help to screen a neighbor's house next door just by preference. And defensible space pattern in terms of what our planting might need to be or look like as we move further from the residence. So in a rather abbreviated way, that's our presentation.
Okay.
I'd gladly go back and revisit any of the items.
Okay. Any questions from the board? David, do we have any public comment for this item?
I didn't see any, but if anyone is kind of just snuck into the meeting after we started, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. Looks like not.
Okay. Lowell, you want to go first? I never pick on you.
Thanks a lot.
Feel the love, baby.
Yes, I'm feeling it. Tony, what was the driveway surface?
I think it's open at this point. I don't know if there's been any definite determination. I guess, and Ryan's here with us, if they want to express some of those thoughts, that'd be great. Ryan Gershenson and Kevin Fennell are with us. Kevin?
Good
Ryan?
morning. Thank you, guys.
Hey, good morning.
I'm a veterinarian and I have to go to work after this, which is why you're catching me in scrubs. No, the whole concept is to kind of blend in and be natural. That's the concept with the colors, et cetera. So I'd like to keep the driveway also as kind of natural and weather proof, but we probably will bring some asphalt just kind of to the kind of that semicircle, but keep everything else kind of flagstone looking. And then kind of going down to the garage, I'd like to keep it more of a ideally special paver that you can put gravel inside of, but that can allow drainage, et cetera. Ideally, I'd like not to do asphalt the whole way.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
Do you have any other comments,
No
Lowell?
other
or-
comments at this time, no, thank you.
Okay. Puck, you want to go since you got to bug out here in a minute? If you're still here.
Hang on. I like the project. I'm interested in seeing the color palette. There we go. And
Yeah.
I think it's going to work well on that site. I really don't have any other further comments.
What about the ridge line there that Tony was talking about?
Oh, the 1%, the little spot. I really don't have an issue with that in that neighborhood. I don't think it's a particularly with the color palette they're using, and
Okay.
that's it.
All right. Cass?
Yes, hello. I think this is very well designed. It's a beautiful presentation. It's very thorough and complete. I just will say as a general comment that I hope looking forward in our world that we will start to see smaller homes. Many people are building big homes, and this one is almost 7,000 square feet. That, of course, is the choice of the owner. I would love to see something that was a little less formal. It feels very estate-like and formal to me. But again, I'm not, this is just a general comment, and it kind of seems to be the direction of our world these days. So I just wanted to make that statement, but I do think again that it's very well done, you know, in and of itself. It doesn't feel like the San Ynez Valley to me. but I certainly would not oppose the project. I think, again, very beautifully done, very elegant, all of those things. And, forgive me for just having to say that. Thank
No
you.
worries. Okay, Robin.
Good presentation, and I concur with all the previous statements.
Okay, already got Lowell, so Alan.
Yeah, I like the presentation also. I like the project. I also did address the glass issue. I have no problem with the clear glass up there at all. I think that would be a nice touch when you're sitting down.
On the deck. Okay,
Bethany, we have a hand up now.
okay. Who we got?
Peter Feldman.
Mr. Feldman? Did you
Yes,
need, would you like to
can you
speak?
hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm president of the local homeowners association here. And I was invited to listen in on this presentation. And I don't have many comments. I think it's a nice looking house. I'm just curious as to what the size of the swimming pool is going to be.
Tony, can you answer that quickly?
Yeah, we've talked loosely, but we haven't been exact as to the size, but I think we're talking about an 18 by 40. Ryan, Kevin, is that about right?
That is right, Tony, but I assume that our comment is about the amount of water that we're going to use for said pool. And half of that pool is a Baja ledge. So the depth of most of the pool is very shallow, with just one end being deep enough for a lap pool.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank
Feldman?
you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think I have any further comments.
Okay.
I wish the project well.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate your brevity. Thank you, David, for letting me know. As far as my comments, Tony, I have no problems with the style. I think it's well designed. I understand when you have a little tiny edge of a building that gets clipped. And I'm probably the hardliner here on the board as far as exemptions. I wouldn't vote for an exemption, but that's just me. If it will somehow work, where the planner says this doesn't require that little appurtenance of your height where the building gets clipped there, that roof gets clipped.
Sure.
If the planner says it's fine and we don't need to take an exemptive action, yeah, I got no problems with it. Because it is well designed. It works with the building. I understand all of that, but I personally am probably, like I said, going to be the toughest sell, and I wouldn't support an exemption just for that sake. But the rest of the board, it sounds like, would. So.
Well, it's that part of that balancing act, right? And
Yep.
I tell you, if it's a 1% or less, we've done our utmost.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it absolutely. I can see where you poked and prodded and squished and all that kind of stuff. It's as Val Frosher always used to say, yeah, just your keyboard doesn't have the little shrinker. He hit the button and it, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'd say work with your planner, see where it gets you, and then come back to us with whatever you're going to propose, and then we can talk about it at that point when it would or would not take an action, however that works out. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So it is now noon. Exactly.
Look at that.
So, what's the pleasure of the board? Puck's going to be gone for the full hour, at least.
Hey, Bethany.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brett Jones. Can I interrupt on that item number 4? Any direction on coming back? Can we come back for preliminary/final?
I think the board, based on the tenor of the comments, and unless any of my board members jump up and down right now, I'd say you could definitely come back for preliminary. If the planner has a memo that if they feel comfortable doing preliminary final, if it doesn't require an exemption, even if it does require an exemption, if they're comfortable with it, yeah, you could do that. But if it does require an exemption, it may not, the final is always, it's a little bit of a crapshoot there. So,
Sure. Understood.
because the appealable action is our preliminary action. So, it's just, I think it'll kind of depend on your comfort level and everything else.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. No worries. All right, board. How long do we want to take for lunch?
I don't know, half hour? Or do you
10
want it to
minutes.
be longer so that Puck can be here?
I have no problem going the full hour. I'm truly asking you guys what you want to do. We usually do 20 to 30 minutes. I would advocate for at least 30 today. But I'm comfortable with that, or I'm comfortable going the full 60. What do you guys want to do? That's what I'm asking.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Alan.
Do I remember correctly last year that you said if you got reelected, you were buying lunch, everybody?
I did not. You said that.
I'm good with half an hour.
No. If I had said that I was going to buy lunch, Alan, it would have been on the condition that I wasn't chair. All right, guys. So it sounds like half an hour is acceptable to everybody.
Yeah, half an hour is good, but just remember, we do have a site visit in Los Alamos, and I think there's some good restaurants up there. So maybe next month, Bethany, we'll hit you up.
Well, you can't get blood from a turnip, son. Okay,
right.
so
See you in a half.
let's do it. Let's go for half an hour. David, you want to go ahead and grab the screen and put up a little sign saying we'll be back at 12:30.
Sure.
Okay, and then you'll let everybody else know. Everybody will know. All of our applicants for the afternoon will know that that's when we're coming back is 12:30, right?
Well, they'll know when I put the sign up in there.
Oh, perfect.
I think everyone's here now. So if they're listening, they'll know.
Okay, perfect. It looks like most people are here.
Okay, see you in a half hour.
All right.
Hello? Bethany, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, hi, Alan. Okay. I guess-
Michael Lee is here.
All right. We'll wait for the others to show up.
Okay.
Thank you. Excuse me, if people are speaking, I can't hear them. You're on mute.
I've just came back in, Cass.
Thank
Hi,
you.
this is Michael Lee. I'm here.
Okay, I think I saw you speaking, but I couldn't hear you.
Well, I had muted myself. I was talking to my associate Josh.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, well, we're not quite back yet. At
Okay.
least with, if it's just me and Cass who are here, then we don't even have a quorum, so.
Okay, quick technical question. I have my associate Josh Tully on the Zoom as well, and I'd like him to share his screen, not my screen.
When you, when I call the item and we reconvene, just go ahead and speak. When I usually ask, you know, who's here to present, you just let David know.
Okay, I'll just
And
tell
he'll-
David to give Josh the screen. Okay,
Perfect.
thank you. All right.
David, are you back? And Alan and
Oh yeah,
Lowell?
I've been here.
Oh, of course, you didn't go anywhere, right?
I didn't go anywhere. I was working.
Well, I was too, but it just didn't happen to be right in front of the computer.
I'm here.
Okay, Alan's here, so we've at least got,
I'm
and
here.
Lowell too, okay.
I'm here.
And Robin, we're all here. All right, David, I think we can reconvene if you want to go ahead and,
No, we're good. And I
Okay.
gave- I heard, so Mr. Tully has sharing rights.
okay, perfect. All right, so item number 5, 21 bar 212 Manish Family Trust new single family dwelling. This San Ynez, and it looks like this is the first project today that we have previous comments for. So let's see if I've got the comments. Yeah, it won't. Yeah, I'm having trouble loading the C-Bar member agenda.
Oh, do you want me to share it?
Yeah, why don't you,
Okay.
or share the comments? If you could just read the comments, you could just read them if you want.
Oh, well, hold on one sec. Let me let me pull them up really quick.
Hey,
here.
Josh, you want to share your screen?
Just one sec.
Okay.
Let David go ahead and
Okay.
do his thing, and then Josh will be able to share his screen.
Okay.
All right.
So. All right, you could just read them for the record too, David. I don't care either way.
Let's do the sharing just so we're all on the
Okay.
same page here. All right.
Sounds like a
so-
plan.
All right.
All right, I'll go ahead and read them. Ensure that the type of windows and glass,
Sorry.
no worries, used are recessive and not reflective. Windows and other materials, very concerned about the lantern effect from the large amount of glass and lack of tinting. The board has concerns related to height, cannot support findings for a height exemption. Concerned about grading and manipulation of the hillside. Pull back and or step down some of the wings of the home. Consider not siting the bulk of the structure at the center. Use darker colors, earth tones consistent with colors on site, and a more organic approach such as use of strong textural patterns and materials. And we appreciated the use of blue oaks in the landscape plan. So go ahead and I guess it's Josh who's going to be sharing.
Correct.
Go ahead and do that, and just make sure that what you're showing us is exactly the same as what was submitted.
It is.
No worries.
Okay. I'm going to start with some exhibits here that will help to help you understand the drawings when we get to the drawings. The first one that we're looking at here is a photo of the site that I took back in 2012, the first time I presented, before I presented to you back then. And it shows the colors and topography of the area. Figueroa Mountain in the background, the Sedgwick Preserve is right there. And the revised design has a lot of the ideas from the initial design, although we've eliminated the second floor and we've lowered the building dramatically. And we've also raised it 5 feet out of the ground. So we've reduced the grading, we've lowered the height of the building, but we've tried to keep the spirit of the building, which is these horizontal roof planes that are supported by stone masses. And you can see that the palette that we're proposing fits in beautifully with the existing natural landscape. Josh, next image, please. These are some examples of other modern buildings using this language. The stone masses that are supporting the roofs. We are proposing that the eaves and a lot of the interior rooms have the same wood ceiling, and the dark fascia with the stone supporting columns is kind of where we're headed. These buildings are also set in a natural landscape, and I think they fit in nicely. The indoor-outdoor theme is a strong one here, and that's really what we're reaching for with our building, is this strong indoor-outdoor experience. Next image, Josh. The image on the left is really an interior image. The one on the right describes, I think, our project quite well. Beautiful, dark, stacked natural stone with a wood ceiling looking out into the landscape. Our patios will probably be, well, we haven't decided. I've been thinking all along that our patios would be concrete or stone, but they may be wood. I love that image. Next image, Josh. And these are just some photos. I don't know if they apply to the C-bar, but these are the interior vibe of the project that we're hoping for. Colored plaster, wood doors. Not a lot. I mean, the windows are quite large, but this is not a Beverly Hills modern. This is meant to fit into the landscape and share some of the spirit of the mountains and the oak savanna on the inside. Next image, Josh. And then this is a rendering looking out over the pool to the west. Gaviota Pass would be off in that direction. Late afternoon sun. The pool doesn't face directly west. It's the component of the plan that follows the ridge. The other 4 wings follow the cardinal points, but this is looking to the south and west, and thus the large roof. It gets hot up there, and we want to be able to enjoy the outdoors. And so we've got this large cantilevered roof over the south and west facing patio, and that's mostly what that's about. We also like the way that it looks, and we're gonna, I think, really enjoy the shadows coming through that trellis in the afternoon over the pool. Next image, Josh. This is a preliminary material palette. There's been a lot of talk about the glass, and I did find a PPG product. It's a bronze tinted glass. It would probably be in a Solarban 90 sandwich, which is a glass that's it's not completely non-reflective, but it has a muted natural color, and it is somewhat there's a reflectivity. It's not, I can't say that it's non-reflective, but they do say that it is less reflective. It's treated to be less reflective. The windows would be in dark frames. I've shown black anodized window frames. They'll either be black anodized like this, or they might be a lighter brown, but I think the black would work perfectly. And then the ledger stone that you see there is similar to a Bouquet Canyon ledger stone. It's got some nice color in it. It's got great texture. I love the fact that this stone actually is grouted, but it looks like it's not grouted. The grout is held back. So we're getting great texture, and the effect that the material is stacked. And then the stucco is a La Habra stucco, and there are two La Habra colors that we like. This is one of them. One's a little darker and one's a little greener. So I don't know that we need to pick an exact color in this meeting, but that's what we're thinking, something in that direction. You can see the building in the background there in the image has actually a much lighter colored stucco. We're not proposing that. We're proposing something much darker. And I think that's it for the images. And now I'm going to ask Josh to go to the drawings. And I've asked Josh to do a side-by-side display of what we submitted last time and what we're submitting this time. I thought it would be useful for the members of the board to be able to see how we've changed the building. You can see on the left, it was clearly 2 stories. There were some components. The tower elements were above 16 feet. Josh, can you zoom in a little bit on the height limit? You can see that the tips of the roofs and the towers were all over 16 feet. That wasn't a lot of the building, but it was some of it. And then in the new elevation, and again, zoom in, Josh, if you would. In the new elevation, we're well below the height limit. We've eliminated the second story. We we're 10 feet under the height limit or something. I mean, it's much more subtle, I guess would be the word. So we've gotten rid of the second story, we've lowered everything, and we were able to raise the building about 5 feet, especially the pool area, we raised 5 feet out of the ground. So we're doing a lot less grading. But if you go to Josh, scroll down to the rendered images for me. But we've managed to keep, and you can zoom out a little bit, Josh. We've managed to keep the spirit again of the design, which is that we have these wood roofs that are going to be supported by these stone elements, and the oak savanna comes right up to the edge of the building. We're not going to be re-landscaping the entire site. We want to have the natural landscape come up. We're going to enhance it with some oak trees, and again, you can see that the building is much more low and horizontal. Josh, I'm not going to talk about each elevation, but I'll have Josh just scroll through these real quickly. This one is really looking to the south. This is taken from the southeast. Maybe from Brinkerhoff, you would be looking, and these are elevation views. You'd never see this building like this because Brinkerhoff is 1,000 feet below or something. It's I don't know if it's 1,000 feet, but it's way down there, hundreds of feet and a half a mile away. Go to the next elevations, Josh. Those are the long views. This is more of the east elevation. Next elevation, this is the north elevation. This is the northeast elevation. This would be kind of the view from Dan's property, the closest neighbor looking down the house. Next elevation, Josh. This is the view if you were standing down on Short Road and you were up on a 200 or 300 foot tall ladder. This would be the view that you would see of the house. You can see again how much lower the new design is than the old design, and that actually the forms of the building are much simpler and less dramatic, much more horizontal. And next elevation, Josh. This is the view looking along the ridge back at the house. And you can see the bedroom wing there is along the left-hand side. And the pool, we're looking right into the living room and the pool. And then there's the master bedroom over there. Well, actually, this is looking into the dining room. I'm sorry, we have one more view and we're looking right into the pool here. So again, the house is quite low. You can see how it sits on the ridge. We will be developing the landscape in a way that we don't end up with a real crisp cut line at the top of the ridge. We want the house to look like it's nestled into the landscape. It is dug in a little bit to the ridge, but we want it to look like it's integrated into the ridge line. And I think we could do that both with the landscape and the grading. Next image, Josh. These are some cross sections through the long axes of the house, and you can see how we're well under the height limit and all the way across the design. We don't have any issues with the roofs or the towers going over the height limit. And then I think that's the next image, Josh. Here's the landscape plan, the before and after landscape plan. The driveway, we're proposing an asphalt driveway. The long driveway coming up from Short Road would be asphalt. And I understand that that's more appealing in this area. The asphalt is darker, concrete gets real light. We get to the top of the driveway that we would keep the fire truck turnaround in asphalt. And then we'd be going into a gravel and decomposed granite landscape kind of courtyard, that the entry court with some oak trees, the gravel, kind of a classic Santa Ynez look there. None of these, the majority of this landscape is the same that you've seen twice now, back in 2012 and again last month, but we've really only changed the courtyard here. Next image, Josh. These are some inspiration images or some sketches that Lane Goodkind has done. They haven't changed. Next image, Josh. That's it. I think that's it. Actually, Josh, go back to the floor plans, please. I'd like to just chat a little bit about where we moved things when we got rid of the second floor. Okay, so the original plan had a master bedroom above the kitchen and dining area. And that room was moved over to the left there into the south facing wing of the building. And there was a guest bedroom underneath that wing. Previously, there was a library and a guest bedroom. We got rid of the library. Well, actually, we still have a little family room there to the right of the entry as you come in. And we've got the bedrooms in their own wing, the secondary bedrooms. This couple has adult children, and they have their own bedrooms there, stretching along the ridge line, and they look down over Short Road. That wing did get extended a little bit. We moved the garage to the end. We have snugged the fire turnaround in against the building a little bit more than it was to minimize the disturbed area at the top of the ridge. And otherwise, I think the plan is pretty similar. The pool, living room, dining room area are very similar to what you saw before. I think that's it for my presentation. I'm ready for questions or comments.
Okay. Let's go to questions. Anybody on the board have any questions for clarification?
Josh, can you go back to the long elevation, please? There you go. Yeah, one of those. Yeah.
I'm not hearing any questions from the board. David, do we have any public comment?
Not on this one.
Okay. Then let's come back to the board for comments. Cass, you want to start?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for this really nice presentation. And I'm really pleased with what we're seeing. I think that the project has the simplification has really worked beautifully. And I like how the stone element is just, kind of less is more, our favorite. And it's just the simplification has really made it more dynamic, in my opinion. And I think that the stone really reads through more powerfully than it did before. So you have these much more simple, basic elements that really read well with this more simplified version. And it really, the whole concept of the horizontality really reads well. And I really think that it has come to a really nice place. So yeah, I hope you're happy too. And
well, I am. Honestly, it's a better building. I have to thank
that's what I got. Yeah,
the members of the board. It really has. It's spatially inside. The shape. The form of the building is better. Everything about it is better.
And I like how the internals, how they work too, where you move the bedroom to, and it actually is a nice location with relationship to the pool and everything. So it just really is very nice. And I like that you were, the way that you pushed it down, and then just got that more horizontal part of the aspect of the design. Okay. So I'll just say too, that I think that the darker stucco, which we didn't see in the rendering, as you pointed out, but I think that will also work well to help the whole thing just, engage with the site. So kudos.
Thank you, Cass. Robin?
I agree with Cass. It's really very elegant. Great presentation. I'm really pleased. Thank you.
Okay. Alan?
I have nothing to add. Looks good.
Okay. And Lowell?
I agree with Cass. I think the bringing the building down to a one-story, it just became so much more connected with the site. And I appreciate the applicant's presentation.
Okay, and my only comment, the landscape it looks great, very well knitted in. I concur with what Cass has said. It just is, it's so much more true to itself is kind of how I would express it. And I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad that
we're very happy. I think we got hung up on the 2-story thing 12 years ago, and I forget how we ended up there, but this is a much better building.
Well, I think we all agree it is. We like it a lot.
Yeah.
So
the owners like
wonderful.
The owners like it better too. So
well, that's a win-win-win.
Yes.
All right. Yes. So since we don't have any public comment or anything, and everybody's in concurrence, would somebody like to make a motion for preliminary and final approval?
Oh, this is conceptual still, I think, or is it preliminary and final?
This we'll
take preliminary final.
Yeah, I don't think, well, you don't have your details, but I think I would be comfortable with saying granting. I would make a motion for preliminary today because it really has all gelled. I think. What's the rest of the board feel?
I agree. I think they responded to everything and it's a really nice project. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just be really looking for those the details to kind of back up what we're seeing here at a more broad scale, because of course, you know, it's in the details. But I'd like to make a motion for preliminary. Could I have a second?
I second.
Okay, and any further discussion?
Bethany,
Yes.
do you want it to return for final or final on consent? It looks like the
Final.
planner had it. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Final full board, please. Because we don't have it. There's going to be we're going to have to really we're going to be looking at the detailing.
Got it.
I think.
Thank you.
So, all right. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Did I hear Alan in there?
I heard Lowell.
Well, because Puck's not here, Alan can vote. So we got 5 ayes. So thank you very much. Great job, great presentation. Thank you for the side by side. It was very helpful.
Thank you all very much. I agree that it was a win-win.
All right, have a great day.
Okay. bye-bye.
Item number 6 was continued as part of the agenda status report. So item number 7, 21 bar 199, Shumash gas station new sign. Do we have a representative here? Mr. Morris, it looks like it's down to you.
Hi, Madam Chair. Adam Orto, the planner for the project. I believe I just spoke with Dan Morris probably like 15, 20 minutes ago. He should be available here pretty soon. I can try to reach out to him one more time for you.
Okay, well, why don't you do that? And while you're doing that, we'll go ahead and let me see if do we have anyone here for item number 8, 21 bar 247 Zaka Preserve new SFD? Mr. Goodjohn.
Yes, we are here. This is Mr. Zuziak with representing the owner as the
Okay.
architect on item.
All right. Do you have your plans queued up and ready to go, or?
Excuse me, I just choked on something. Hold on. We have one more person logging on.
Actually,
Should be good.
yes, my name is Katya Martinez. I'm actually collaborating with Eric on this design. Do I have the right to share the screen? I can bring the presentation up.
Okay, that would be fine. Mr. Villalobos will take care of that. Make sure you can
Okay.
do that. You are limited to what you've submitted, so please don't show us things that haven't been submitted.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
That visible? Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
So
Can
go
everybody
ahead.
can everybody see that? Yeah.
Yes, we can. So you can go
Okay.
ahead and start, and I'm gonna have you guys go ahead and do your presentation, and then
Perfect.
I'll see if there's any questions from the board for clarification. Then we'll come back to check in on public comment, and then we'll return to the board for our deliberations. So
Okay, wonderful. So Eric, did you want to start with the overall site plan, or?
why don't you show us where
Yes.
we're at?
Okay, can you see the screen we're
Mm-hmm.
looking at? Okay, so yeah, this is showing actually the entire site. So actually the entire site will be subdivided into 7 lots. Each of the custom home sites will be 20 acres. And the site that we want to look at today is this lot number 4, which we have a slight green color. And it also shows you that little circle with the number 4. It's actually the lot number 4. This is the lot we want to present to you today. And the view angle kind of shows you the panoramic views to the south.
Okay, do you have a vicinity map?
Actually, this would be the site plan. This would be the furthest out that we have. We don't have anything like out. If you're thinking about like, I mean, orientation wise, it's on along Jonata Road, North Wilton.
Yeah, it's Hanata.
Oh, I'm sorry, Honiton.
No worries. Let me see if I can. Let's see.
It's Honiton and Highway 101, just to the east of the site.
Yeah, it is. Let me see if I can get it. I'm gonna grab your screen real quick. You can take it back from me in a second, but this is
oh, there you go. Yeah.
This is Hager Lane and Bobcat Springs, the entrance to Bobcat Springs. And I think you guys are like
right. That's correct.
You're this kind of area here.
Yeah.
And I think your lot 4 is like right here.
Somewhere in there. Yeah, just
it's up to the left in kind of that area of trees that right where your arrow just was. A little bit more to the upper left.
Yeah, well, this is lot 4 here.
Yep,
and
that's
then
it.
This is that subdivision, this subdivision here. So it's like right here. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So now we've got a vicinity. You can steal the screen back.
Okay. Can you see the screen or do I have to go back?
You need to click share and then share again. There you go.
Okay. Okay. So, you know, obviously we looked at the surrounding character. We wanted to make sure that we preserve, you know, the natural beauty of this site. It's such a beautiful, gorgeous site that really wants to take advantage, you know, of the natural panorama and the existing nature that is out there. There's a lot of topography on here. In fact, we added a little note that this residence is actually not going to be visible from the surrounding neighborhood. So it's really nestled into the site. We have provided a couple of images that show the current nature of the site and also showed some of the characteristics of the existing neighborhoods, just to show that how comparable it is in nature. We can either go back to it later. I have it on a separate document and we can kind of continue on and then come back to that.
Katya, why don't you talk about the house that's uphill, show where that's at on this site plan, and maybe we can show some of those images.
So it's right in here. So there's 2 homes and I believe it's just to the northwest. Let me actually flip over to this exhibit. So these are the exhibits of the current site as it currently stands. And on the next exhibit, this is the example of the house just to the northwest. It's 1270 Poppy Valley Road in Buellton. It kind of shows more of a single story, great adaptive, kind of modern inspired architecture. We have a couple more. So that is just to the northwest of our development. And then down at the bottom, we have this building over here, which is, you know, more traditional in nature. That is called the Zaka Creek Ranch. And we took just a couple images of what we could find that is just below to the south, the one that you pointed out on the vicinity map. So these are kind of some images of the existing architecture that we could find that is kind of very, so it's overall very eclectic and a lot of single story mostly single-story developments. Going back to the site plan, we'll have an access road here over of Yonata Road leading into the development. It'll be a 24-foot wide private road and then leading into each of these individual home sites. But what we really want to look at and get your feedback on today is the lot 4. So moving on to the next. So this shows you the location of the home. So it's actually broken into 2 pieces. We have the main residence, and then we have an accessory dwelling unit. So our thought was here that coming off of the private road, we wanted to really integrate a soft meandering road that divides the accessory dwelling unit and the main residence. And furthermore, we really didn't want to see the garage. So we took, our thought is that the meandering road really tucks behind the main building and leads to a concealed garage that is actually located behind the main residence. So this is going a little bit closer. So we're getting closer and closer with each exhibit. And here we just have...
Katya, one more, back up one slide. There's something I think that's worth mentioning.
Sure. Hang on 1 second. Here you go.
You can see in the area that's outlined in red, those are preserved tree areas, and we've done our best to really nestle this building into this space that is surrounded by these trees, giving it this sense of privacy. These are mainly oaks around here, and we want to, obviously preserve the natural landscape, the natural landforms, and all the trees that are beautiful oak trees that surround that area. So that's the reason we've sited the home in this location. And it also makes it very private, so you don't see the home from anywhere offsite.
Right. Yeah, good comment, Eric. Thank you. So as we analyze the site, our main goal really for this design was to work with the natural landforms and to develop a great adaptive design that really follows the natural contours and that respects the surrounding environment. So based on those findings, we didn't want to, we decided early on that we didn't want to create one large footprint for one large house, but we wanted to create a design that is based on a series of building forms. And you can see it here. I'll go after this into the floor plan, but you can see how we have broken down the 2 structures into basically two structures. The main residence, we have the main residence on the right-hand side over here. And then we have the ADU over on this side. So we purposely separated the 2, and like I said before, the meandering road is kind of in between, leading you up to we're envisioning this as a very nicely paved drive court with a feature tree in the middle. There will be a little bit of a retaining wall in the back here to the north to hold the natural grade away from the driveway. The garage, you can see how all the building elements are broken up. So we basically, the main residence is broken up into 5 building components, and it really lives on 2 separate levels. We have the upper level, which would include building component 1, 2, 3, and 5, including the drive court, and then the view deck that is just to the south of it. And then on the lower level, we have the other building components, the gym, there's a pool cabana, the pool and the spa, and then a view deck. And you're able to, from your main residence and these building components, you're able to view over the lower deck, and you get an incredible panoramic shot of the surrounding. The size, we're about with the main house at 3,400 square feet. Then we have the gym and the pool cabanas. So I think we're at the total, if I go to the next slide, we're at about 3,800 square feet for the main residence. And then the ADU, we kept it at 1,200 square feet. So here you can see what we're thinking as far as the floor plan. Again, we would enter from the detached, so the detached garage, you would enter centered on the main space. The main space is a large kitchen, dining, living room with a tall ceiling. It also includes a guest bedroom and a private bath. That is it's about 1,500 square feet, this element. And then you get these incredible views over the pool to the south. The next element, we turned it 90 degrees, again, to maximize the views and really work with the grade. It would include the master bedroom with nice glass elements and the covered deck, the master suite, and it also has an office, kind of a work from home area. It could be another used as another flex space as well. On the other side, we're anticipating secondary bedrooms with their own bath. The idea is to knit these three elements together with glass corridors, so minimal, just very transparent, because we're thinking these incredible views, we really have to capture the beauty of the surrounding nature. Therefore, we want to knit it together in a minimal fashion. And then all these elements are tied together with this beautiful view terrace that allows the views over the pool. You can go down to the lower level. We have a loose staircase over here. We have access over here. Again, here's the pool with the spa. We're thinking of a zero-edge pool with an overflow basin that would catch the water and express the tile as you drive up to the house. And then the activity areas of the pool, casita, and the gym and fitness. That's it generally for the main residence. The ADU everything is obviously a little bit smaller, but you have, again, 3 building components. Again, we try to break it apart and not create one large area. You have a living, dining, kitchen area, which is your main living area. And then you have 2, we're suggesting a master suite and a secondary bedroom, with each has their own bathroom, and the car park again in the back. So we're including the roof plan. This is, again, everything is conceptual in nature because we're really looking to the board to provide us, with their comments and feedback. But you can see the flat roof areas. The darker color here just shows sort of the pathways, the spaces in between those elements and how it is all kind of knit together. This canopy is an element that is elevated over the roof that provides some shade, but it also provides some openings with maybe a trellis in between that lets the sunlight through. Here are some of the inspirational images that we utilize to formalize the design, to work with our client in developing the architectural language, including the pool cabana, and some of the look and feel as we envisioned it for the landscape. We haven't yet worked closely with the landscape architect, but that would be our next step. Wanted to show you the exterior elevations that we're thinking about. So we wanted to create an architectural theme that is timeless, that uses minimal amounts of material, and that blends well with the surrounding. And really, as you can see further down when we show you also the 3-dimensional perspective, it's really a cascading design that's great adaptive, that really uses the slope of the site and nestles in the building components. We also wanted to use a nice, I'll show you on the next slide, but we're thinking as far as the building materials, we would have stucco as one of the main materials. We obviously have glass. We have some accent walls with horizontal siding, and then we have elements of metal. As you can see in this elevated structure here, we're thinking there could be other elements over here, you know, the vertical cordon steel fins, and other areas where the metal could express itself. So we see that as a repeating element. The limestone at the base we thought would be really beautiful to knit the building into the ground. It could create a really nice transition and enrichen the building. And then this is the zero edge pool, where we also think that the tile could really express itself. So we're looking at the front, at the south and the north elevation. On the east and the west, you can see more of the cascading, you know, the following of the contours of the site. We're trying to keep we think it's important to really keep those retaining walls to a minimum. So we definitely do not want to exceed 5'6" at the maximum. But as we continue to work on the design, we will further refine this. What we're looking at here is the ADU, so it would have the same, we're thinking it would have the same architectural language, but it's a smaller building in itself, but it's utilizing the same architectural language, the stone, the stucco, the metal, the horizontal siding, accent walls, and glass railing, because again, we want to take advantage of the beauty of this site. Here are the east and west elevations. And then this is the conceptual color material board. Again, stucco as one of the main components, the limestone at the base, the horizontal siding, again, as an accent and to create a contrast between the lighter stucco body. The metal trellis, we're thinking of a bronze anodized color. I mentioned the vertical cordon fins that would also tie in and color-wise be similar to the horizontal siding, and then an example of the light fixtures. And lighting, we're thinking about working with a lighting consultant as one of our next steps, because we see that as an important element. We included a cross-section just to show that we're well below the 32-foot max height limit, as you can see over here. And this cross-section really shows you how the building cascades down the hill and is broken down. And we included a three-dimensional rendering because it's sometimes difficult to understand really how the building really reads on a when you look at it two-dimensionally, but when you look at it three-dimensionally, it really explains the story pretty well. So I can zoom in a little bit on this.
One thing I would like to add also is that this construction methodology, this will be factory built as modular, and these modules will be brought out and assembled on the site on the foundation. They will be built in a factory while the foundation is being built concurrently. It's our goal to really minimize site disturbance as much as possible, shorten the construction period, and just minimize any kind of disturbance to the site. We want to work with a natural landscape as much as possible, and that these buildings will be very energy efficient. It's our goal to hit a net zero compliance with energy efficiency, and they will be built by Devel Homes, and they are really the leader in very high energy efficiency, high quality modular homes. And they're one of our clients that we've been working with very closely. And we're very excited about this project. We think
it's got a lot to offer, and we've been, hopefully, you've seen that we've been very sensitive to the natural environment and the landscape.
Okay.
Mhm.
Let me check in with David. Do we have, and the board, do we have any questions at this time from the board? Before I go to public comment?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
On the south elevation of the main house, the main structure, I guess we're seeing it here in this rendering. If you talk about, I see on the right, if you go from the right-hand side and you're coming over, we see sort of what looks to be like vertical pieces. And then are those 3 windows there?
You're talking about this element here?
No. Start from
This?
the right, then continue over a little bit, and I'm seeing those 3 right there. Are those windows?
Yeah, those would be full height windows. I mean, we have to, as we go to the next step into the design, whether these are sliding windows, bifold windows.
That's fine, but those are windows, and then to the
Yeah.
right where we see the vertical, is that also a
Yeah.
window?
No, yeah, there's more windows here, but these are the vertical, you're referring to the vertical fins. They're used, as a color accent, but more so also, it's a shading device. It also provides structural support for the roof.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
so those are windows all the way across there. And then
Mhm.
moving over, like sort of above where that looks like a white umbrella or something.
Yeah.
Are those also windows all across there too?
No, yeah, here, okay, we have the glass railing from the upper deck. I can zoom in a little bit.
Maybe go to, yes, okay,
Yeah, let me zoom in.
thank you.
Yeah, so
I mean, I'm seeing these verticals, like there's a modular, it looks like about maybe a 3 or 4 foot module. And then, so are those all windows across there, all of those?
So this is the main, basically, this is your main living space, right? And as you're coming in, we thought, yeah, there's one big window element in the middle that consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 window panels.
Okay.
Those could be multi-sliders that open all the way. And then there's again, so it's a symmetrical facade with more full height glass to the left and to the right. And in between, we have some solid areas.
Okay.
With
All
the
right.
wood siding, yeah.
Great, okay, and then what is the roof?
This one here?
Well, no, that's a canopy, but the,
Oh.
of the structures of the modulars,
Yeah.
what is the roof of the modules?
It's just a flat roof with a parapet. So it's basically just a regular parapet, with a flat roof.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about, I guess we
Can
didn't
you
see-
just scroll up one item in your submitted set? You have a conceptual roof plan. I think that
we
would
have-
answer.
Yeah, or
hang
maybe
on.
if they have a section through, like how tall is the parapet?
I think
It's
if you just-
minimal, it's minimal. Of course,
So this
we
is
have-
not the same set as what was submitted.
Here.
There you
yeah,
go.
There it is.
Yes, okay, and then it's just a, what? Foot or something parapet?
We have, I mean, we would have to cut a section through here, but obviously you need to still drain the roof even though it's flat. But the intent is to keep the parapet as low as possible.
Okay.
So it'll be
Okay.
minimal.
I think that was my questions. Thank you.
Those are your questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any other questions? No other questions. Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay, so nobody else has any other questions. David, do we have any public comment?
We do. Definitely one, maybe 3. So our first speaker will be Kurt Goodjohn. We do have a couple of other people in there. David and Jennifer Efron, I'm not sure if you're here to speak to this item or item number 7 on the agenda. when Mr. John finishes, I'll let you speak and let us know. And then we also have a telephone speaker that I have to ask them which one they wanted to speak on. So let's start with Mr. Goodjohn.
Okay.
Mr. Goodjohn.
Hi, everybody. I'm just here representing DeVel, and I wanted to offer if anybody has any questions with respect to our mission as a company and the product that we're producing. I'm here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other public comment?
All right, so let's try David and Jennifer Efron. Can you unmute yourself and just let us know if you are here to speak on this item or the gas station item? Not sure if they have a speaker. Okay, so let's try the telephone number. So if you're here, if you're calling in, sorry, let me take my mask off so you can hear me better. If you're here to speak and you're calling in via telephone, you'll have to hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. So if your last 3 digits of your phone number is 670, there you go. Can you just let us know which item you're here to speak on? Hi, how are you?
David Efron and Jennifer, my wife. We're here to speak for the Gershenson project. I don't think we've talked about it yet.
Oh, we did that one before lunch.
Oh, you did? I had to leave for a brief meeting, so I missed it. I thought I'd catch you after lunch. If it's not too late, I'm the property owner that's just will be living adjacent to Ryan's project, and I've reviewed the plans, and I just wanted to voice my or go on record as saying that we approve the project and we're looking forward to him building. Just a little voice of support.
Okay. I'm sure we can figure out a way to make sure. I mean, this is public comment. It's not necessarily for that same item, but we'll figure out a way to capture that you spoke on for the item.
All right.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
All right. I guess that's it for this item.
Okay. So let's come back to the board and start our deliberations. Who would like to go first?
I'll start.
Okay.
Okay, I have a couple of concerns about the amount of glass and the escaping light from the various buildings of the project. So that would be one concern. And then I'm not sure, I noticed on one of your elevations that you had a 35-foot height line, and I'm not sure if you could demonstrate what the height of these buildings are.
Well, that's going to be something that we'll definitely need to see, Lowell. One of the, Nicole has checked. Nicole, you want to tell us whether this is rural or urban?
Yes, I pulled up the mapping and I checked both of the assessor parcels for this, and it is in the rural area, not urban, which would mean that the 16-foot +3, if the slope is appropriate, rural height limit would apply.
Correct. So if you have this is for the applicant, you don't have a planner assigned yet, at least not on our agenda. And I don't know if you submitted your land use or application or not, but before you come back to us, you will have to get a planner assigned. And usually they have you submit your land use application at that point as well, to get the planner assigned if that hasn't happened yet. And what'll happen then is you'll need to coordinate with the planner if you haven't already availed yourself of the online documentation regarding Hillside Ridgeline. And if you have a 16-foot drop in topography within 100 feet of any point on the structure, your height limit is 16 feet. And you need to demonstrate that compliance with that on your plan. It's difficult to do, as you mentioned, 2D, 3D, because the way that's calculated is that you take existing grade and you project that three-dimensionally, just 16 feet up. So, kind of whatever the folds of the topography is doing, that's your envelope. And your
Okay.
structure will need to be within that or below
Okay.
that. So you've got, yeah, I don't know how much, what you're doing, and I can see the way you've stepped it down the hillside, which we do appreciate, generally speaking. But what's probably within complying with the hillside ridge line, one of the things you can't do is you can't just kind of slice it off so that your structure can be, 2 stories and still be under 16 feet. So not that you're trying to do that, because I don't see any 2-story buildings here. So I know you're not trying to do that. But just so you know, the hillside ridge line, one of the tools we can do is we can push buildings down into hills in order to, that's one of the tools you can use to meet the requirement, the 16-foot requirement. However, in tension with that, there are some findings that we have to make, but more importantly, will have to be made on the land use side as far as grading quantities. So, it's always a trade-off.
Right.
How you do that. But typically what we ask you to do is to demonstrate, and it's fairly, it can be accomplished readily with a 3D model, but that's not usually what we ask you to do. We ask you to truth it out and to find places where you might be poking above it and make your adjustments and all that kind of stuff. But we do ask you to show us the elevation, the current elevation, the existing grade, topo, the slope of the hill. And then we ask you to show us that 16-foot projection on all your elevations and sections. So, and I don't, you probably weren't here this morning or right before we broke for lunch, but we had an item who came through and the architect said, yeah, I've got this little place here that I'm working with where it actually pokes up.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing we're looking for. It's a dialogue, but you need to show us that you're meeting that requirement. And with the roofs being flat, you're not going to get that extra 3-foot bonus.
Yeah.
That's if you've got a 4 and 12 pitch on your roof.
Okay.
So so that's what you need to demonstrate moving forward. Our comments, we'll make our comments today. I should have prefaced this before I made Lowell jump in there, but because there isn't a planner assigned, we're a little bit in limbo, because we could give you a whole bunch of favorable comments or a whole bunch of negative comments. It could go either way, or just comment in general. And then something might pop up either with a lot split or an easement or other land use, something or other ordinance that we're unaware of because it's outside of our bailiwick, our normal thing, that the planner would normally be looking at and would clear for when you come back to us. So that's one of the reasons they require that you have that land use application in before you return to us, because the planner has to provide a memo that will allow you to be put on the agenda again. The way we do it, you can do one, you get a free pass, basically what we call it. You can come to us once and just get all kinds of comments. But that's the context. That's kind of the nexus in which these comments are going to apply. So we can give you a lot of feedback, but I don't know how the land use, or if the land use comments or constraints might change some other things down the road moving forward. So, all right. So with that idea, let's come back to Lowell made his comment. Did you have anything else besides the height? Well,
Bethany, I just wanted to say a couple of things just to just to the agent. I think it would be good for you, just as Bethany said, to apply for your land use application sooner rather than later. The reason is because I see that this is part of the prior subdivision. So there could be a number of conditions that may pertain to the height limitation or the location of the home, et cetera, that might be really important for you to know about. And then also, I see there's an ADU on this. It may be that the ADU doesn't need to be a part of this application and could go straight to the building department. So those are just a couple of points when you submit, maybe you want to ask about once you submit for your land use. So that's all. Thanks.
And that's a good comment about the ADU. I will say that we're not going to be allowed to really address the ADU. You don't have to take, if you choose not to, you can, even pursuing going through permitting with the building department. If you keep it on the plan as we're going to want to know the footprint. There are some things about it that we're going to want to know, but our comments are going to be directed towards the main building because of requirements for state laws. So we're not going to be able to really say anything directed at the ADU, but it's helpful for context.
Thank
So,
you. Yeah, that's a good comment.
so, Lowell, I'm sorry, Lowell, did you have any other comments or are you finished?
It was just the also the amount of glass and the escaping light
Correct.
from the interiors. That was my only two comments at this point.
Okay. Cass?
Okay, yes, I appreciate Lowell's comments, agree with that. I appreciate the presentation and all the thoughtfulness that has gone into it. I like the way that the circulation has been dealt with, you know, bringing it around to the back that way. I do have concerns, like Lowell has said, about the light and the glass and that whole thing. I do feel that I understand that these are modulars, and so that's very interesting how you have creatively designed with them. I do feel that it would be good to have some additional mitigation to make them not feel quite so modular. It does feel like there are several boxes that have been placed. They do feel, I'd like to see some mitigation to the sort of the flatness and the boxiness of them. I realize that you're dealing, that's how you have dealt with these, you put these canopies in, you're trying to have a distinct structure and then deal with it as such. But it would be really nice if there was a little bit more articulation, like if the windows could be slightly recessed, or if that can't happen, maybe there's some sort of a projection to give more to them. And it seems like today has been the day of talking about the color white. But I do feel that this also, that the white in this particular, and I love white as an architect, it's great. But I feel that it also, that the project might be benefited by looking at some other tones that might make it receive, and maybe even with the number of different structures, maybe you deal with a palette of colors. Maybe you have, you know, more than one or something. But that might be something to study to see how to sort of mitigate that whole feeling of an arrangement of boxes.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for your comment.
I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Robin?
There's really some great elements on this. I love the way it steps down the hill. And the different, I've lived in homes where we've had different bedrooms that aren't attached to the house. You know, you can get there very easily. So to me, this is really interesting. However, I do have some similar concerns that have been voiced. And the light escape through all the glass, I think that needs to be addressed. And also the light color, I think we really need something that's going to blend with the site, that just really recedes. But on the whole, I think there's some really great elements and good presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, Alan?
I have nothing to add. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, Puck, did you have anything you wanted to add, or are we good? You're still muted, Puck, if you're trying to comment.
Sorry, I didn't say I was back on, but all the previous comments are great, so I have nothing to add.
Okay. One last thing that I'd like to add, everybody else has really hit home everything else. But the one thing I did notice was you don't have a dark sky compliant light fixture. And you mentioned you were going to be working with fabricator. So that's something we are definitely going to be looking for. So take a look at that. But I would, yeah, do sort out your hillside ridgeline, sort out the information, you know, how much or how you want to depict the ADU. Take a look at, like I said, the lighting, and then do look at the fenestration and openings for how that kind of light spill is going to affect things, because that is something that we are very interested in. We're going to be interested in the colors moving forward. We tend to push people towards some more earth tones, although as Cass said, today is a white day. So those are kind of the broad comments that, you know, the kind of areas that we're going to be looking at. And so that's what we're going to be talking to you about later. We had an earlier project that came back for, I think you might have seen it. It was one of the ones we just did where they'd gone to a tinted glass, and I'm sure you heard the tenor of the comments from the previous hearing. That's good. That's right in line with the kinds of things that, you know, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So that should give you a good idea of kind of where we're going to be focused in on, broadly speaking.
Okay.
So we look forward to having you come back, but you will need to have a planner assigned so that you can get back on our agenda. So
thank you. Appreciate all the comments. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day. And I think we're going to go back to item number 7, 21 bar 199 Shumash gas station new sign. Do we have somebody present for this item?
Yes, Dan Morris for Freedom Signs. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Great. I'm sorry about that. I had some computer issues and a phone issue.
Hey, it happens
I'm on
to
the
us
phone
all.
now.
It happens to us
Doesn't it
all.
just?
Not a problem.
I wonder if I could ask you, Madam Chair, to share your screen if you have access to the PDF.
I
I'm worried
do.
I'm going to completely cut off if I try and do it.
Okay, no worries. Hold on just a second here.
Thanks.
My computer's just slow, so we just have to deal
Yeah,
with that.
Same here.
Okay, so let's get yep, that's the one I want. Okay, so looks like this is our PDF here.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's the site plan. This is the gas station at 3101 East Mission Drive, or State Highway 246. Existing gas station, and we're looking to put a single freestanding sign on the site.
So is this just
marked
as a vicinity map? Is this the San Jacoda Inn over here on the left?
Yes, correct.
Okay. The board members,
and
everybody
there's
knows
some
where we
pictures.
are. We all know where we are.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Photo-
I'll go to the next one.
Give you a better idea.
There you go. Here's the new pole sign.
That is the location on the east edge of the property. And the next page is the detail of the sign itself. The fuel depot portion being 10 feet by 4 feet. The pricing section, which I believe is exempt from permitting, is the price sign below it. And then if you go down to the next page, you'll see some pictures of a photo sim of the sign in place from looking east, and then the next page looking in the other direction.
Okay, is there an existing sign, or is it just this one out here at the road?
Just that one you're indicating, yeah, small, pretty invisible. There is a pole sign next door to Santa Coda.
Right.
There's an allowable one freestanding sign, maximum 30 feet tall. We're asking for 20 feet tall. I think it's appropriate for the location. LED lit. And that's about it. Presentation-wise, it's pretty simple, but happy
Okay.
to answer questions. And I believe John Price and Jeremy Jewell are present from Fuel Depot. They might be able to help if there are any questions too.
Okay. Is the entire sign basically an internally lit sign? Is that what we're looking at?
The Fuel Depot portion, yes. The top
Okay.
Fuel Depot portion. The bottom, just the LED portion is lit. The LED prices.
It's just the digits, right?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Do we have any members of the public or any questions from the board for clarification? All right, David, any public comment?
We do indeed.
Okay.
We have, so our first speaker, M. Nicole Lawrence.
Hi there. As a neighbor in that area, I do have a concern that really changes the feel of the area. I know there's a Santa Coda sign, but adding a gas station sign, plus, it's going to be very little light from that, it sounds like, but there's already some lights that were put in that are extremely bright, especially on a foggy day. I do have concern about how that's going to affect the neighborhood area, and how that perception of it as more of an industrial area instead of an area that is, pretty mixed use.
Okay. All right. That's the some of you're worried about basically the brightness, and the fact that there are other existing lights, and the fact that it changes kind of the. I'm just trying. I'm making sure I've got your comments in mind.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, there's some other lights that were just installed, and they're quite bright, especially on a foggy day, and it really alters the area. And I'm concerned that adding a tall sign, the small sign is acceptable. You need to advertise, and you can see it as you go by, but adding height to that seems to really change the area.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Board, who'd like to go first?
Bethany, before we go, I just want to give Mr. Lawrence an opportunity because he did sign up.
Oh, we have somebody else? All right. Sorry.
John Lawrence, did you want to speak on this item?
Yeah, I think my wife who just spoke really encapsulated our concerns. The lights that were installed several months ago are, it might as well be a full moon. And like when I'm looking out in my yard on a foggy night. So that's all I just would hate to see that go any further in that direction.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Is that all we have for public comment?
That's it.
Okay. Board.
I've got a question.
Yes, Alan.
Where are these people in relation to the photo I'm looking at right now?
Lawrence, either one of you, could you give us your house location with regard to the site plan of the location of the gas station?
We're in a neighborhood across the highway, just across the road.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'm gonna. That's the same as high school. Okay, so we are right here. So you're over here? Can you see my screen? Because this is the gas station here. This is the Sanakota Inn. This is the YMCA.
Yeah,
There's
just across the highway where we're indicating. Yeah, just
Straight-
in
straight
that
across.
area. Not straight across, but down the little ways, and yeah, in that area.
okay. And then so off of Villajuana.
Watermill.
Oh, Watermill. Okay, so that is directly, almost directly across. Okay, got it. Does that answer your question, Alan?
Yeah, it does. And I've got basically two comments. I don't think the sign is too big for the area. However, it would be nice if perhaps now that we've heard about it, if they could do something about both keeping the sign light within the pathway of the street and also the lights that people have alluded to that were recently put in. I know we have no purview to tell them to do that, but it would be nice if they looked into that too.
Yeah. Okay.
We,
other board-
by the way,
Dan Morris, go ahead. You were cutting in and out there.
this is John Price, the owner.
Okay.
This is John Price, the owner. I would
Yes.
be more than happy to meet with the folks up there. I bought it 3 months ago, and I'd be more than happy to meet with them
Yeah,
and
and
work with them in any way.
okay. Well, that can be, you can facilitate that on your own, but you can also work with the planner. It'd be probably a good idea to include the planner in that, Adam Orta.
Perfect. I did put shrouds. I put shrouds in the light, and I was up there checking it out at night, and it lights up the site. Obviously, I want that for safety. And what it doesn't do, it doesn't throw it out into the street anymore. I was out there actually last week, probably about 11 o'clock at night, and it does light up the site, but it's not going in the street.
Okay. I'm going to head back to the board and go ahead and get the rest of my comments. Thank you very much, sir, for your, for the information. Somebody else, Robin, Lowell, anybody else?
Yeah, I'll speak to it.
Thank you.
Can we get a clarification of what is the maximum allowable sign size for that parcel?
Question for the planner.
Yes, I believe so. It's my understanding you can have 10% of the building square footage as the representative size of your sign. So if your building's 1,000 square feet, you can have 100 square foot sign. So I just like a clarification for that parcel. What is the allowable size permitted for that parcel?
Adam, are you still with us?
Hi, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm available right now. I'm going back through my notes to pull the maximum allowable height for the C2. I know there were, yeah, there's some.
There's a sign ordinance, so.
Right, yeah, so I'm kind of going through that at the moment. I can come back to you. I believe it is 100 square feet.
I have an email from Kim Probert. This was my original application, and she said one on each lot occupied by an enterprise if the lot has a street frontage of at least 125 feet. We have 175. One freestanding sign that should not exceed 100 square feet in sign area, and we're at 40.
Right, and I do believe, in speaking with my team too, and kind of further detail, there is, I believe, a federal kind of law that exempts the area
The price
of
portion,
the actual
yes.
pricing portion, correct? Yeah.
So the Fuel
Excuse me,
Depot
it's-
portion is 40.
Yep.
Excuse me, the state of California weights and measures is what regulates
Weights
the
and
price
measures.
line.
Yeah, either way, I think the board understands it. I think we caught that, you know, but the kind of the rounded rectangle around Fuel Depot is for our purposes, the square footage of the sign. And that can be up to, it has to be less than 100 square feet. And right now it's at 40. Is that correct, Adam?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, Lowell, did you have any other questions about the sign height, anything like that?
No, I don't. I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question about the lighting that the neighbor during public comment was indicating had been recently installed. And this is a question for the planner. I understand that that's not a part of what we are looking for as a project, and the applicant's already indicated that he's more than willing to talk to the neighbors there. But my question is about process. If someone purchases a property like this, commercial property, and then they install, upgrade, or otherwise change pole signs, how does that work specifically within the San Ynez Valley Community Plan? Is there a process? Is there a permitting process to
Yeah.
that? And maybe Nicole can answer that question too. I'm just kind
Yeah.
of throwing it out there.
You know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nicole, if you're still available, but I don't believe that any modification or any modification would go through planning, perhaps an SCD. I don't know if it would. I'm really not too sure. It might just need a building permit for the redesign. I'm not sure if it would require any sort of planning permit that would take it back to CBAR. It could perhaps. Probably Nicole has more experience with how we do those.
Could you clarify what is the question exactly?
My question, Nicole, was if a purchase of a commercial property such as this one is made and someone decides to erect, modify, or otherwise install some type of lighting, specifically, especially since I know that the San Ynez Valley Community Plan has some pretty stringent requirements or limitations on lighting for dark sky and so on and so forth. Is there a process that goes through when one does that?
So I think what would need to happen is we need to look at what prior permits were issued for the property and what they specified, and whether or not the change made was in compliance with any prior approval.
Well, I'm
it's really
assuming
going to depend on what that prior approval was and how recent it was
Sure.
too.
And I'm sure that if somebody's coming in and they're putting in stuff like LEDs and that kind of stuff, it's not necessarily a bad thing. This could be a really good improvement. But I just if that could be encapsulated both as a protection for the neighbors who spoke earlier and the owner, that lighting is somehow, I know a sign permit is separate, but somehow if there's a means to kind of enshrining the change so that so we have a record of what was decided and everything, that might not be a bad idea. And that's way out of our purview. I wouldn't expect lights to come to us. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not asking for that. It just might be nice to have something on a record so that both the owner and members of the public know what's there. Like you're saying, go back and check and maybe see what needs to happen. That was all my question was. Okay. But as far as Lowell's comment about, and as I said earlier, that the owner has, Mr. Price has already indicated that he's more than happy to talk to the neighbors and meet with them. And he says he's made some modifications in the last week. And so that all sounds good. That sounds great and a great way to go. So, anybody else have any comments?
Are you looking for comments from all of us?
Yes, ma'am.
Does someone else want to go before me?
This is Puck. I was just curious. I'm not sure, the pole itself, and was it white?
I don't think they've ever had a pole sign here.
But I mean, in the picture?
Yeah.
Or in the photo? Sim?
Yes, it's the
White.
surround of the box of the sign and the pole are both white.
I just think that these kinds of bits of bright whites and things, here we go again, really add to the visual clutter. And I think if the box and the pole were just a powder coated dark, sort of bronze color, you can tell, I mean, the difference in contrast just in the photo between the telephone pole and the sign pole, just kind of points out what I'm talking about. So I would just like to see a more, a much darker color for the surround and pole.
Okay, so up to and including black, or I'm just trying to get a range for the.
Could be black. I think that's maybe a little urban, but just sort of a dark brown or bronze.
Okay.
Color.
Okay.
That's all.
Robin. Okay, Robin.
Puck made a good point. Just trading these colors out would let the sign recede a bit. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I do. I have comments.
Oh, I was asking if Robin was done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Robin finished up.
I wasn't very clear, Cass. Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm done.
Okay, Cass.
Yeah, I guess I don't, it'd be nice to know just what exactly is our purview on this. I think Lowell was getting to that, like what exactly are we, what are the rules? I do not feel that this, I appreciate the thoughts that have just come out, what Puck and Robin have just supported, making them darker would at least mitigate it. But I think that as far as from aesthetic point of view, I understand that the owner of the gas station needs to promote his business, but I would much rather see something else. I would rather, this is up in the valley. We're trying to preserve the valley. Our job is aesthetics. And I'd much rather see not a plastic sign, maybe a wooden sign that could be a painted version of Fuel Depot, and that it could be lower down on the ground with maybe lights on it, and that the prices be somehow handled differently. I just would really like to see this be much different, and I would like to not see a proliferation of these kinds of things. I think these detract from the beauty of the valley. And that a plastic internally lit sign is not what it's all about. So
Okay.
I feel really strongly about this, but I don't know just exactly how much we can really say about it. But I would certainly urge the owner to think about perhaps other ways of doing it that are more sensitive to the rural environment there.
Alan?
Yeah, sorry. I tend to think that if the sign, personally for me, if the white was turned to a more muted color, that would do it for me. I don't know. I'm hesitant to give any recommendation as to the size of the material or placement because I don't really know what our role is in that here. So I don't want to get any hopes up or get anybody aggravated, beyond what our purview really is, Bethany.
Okay.
So this is Nicole.
Yep.
You do have purview over the size, or well, they are entitled to apply for a certain size of sign, but you are entitled to talk about the lighting of the sign, the materials, and location. There was one that went in Summerlin recently that had many rounds of review. Adam may know more about this, but there are, as you guys mentioned, regulations that allow a certain sign that would be outside your purview for the display of the
pricing.
The pricing. But that sign is a combined sign that it has the name of the business and the pricing. So I think if they keep it as a sign that has both of them on it, then you have fairly similar purview to what you would have with other signs.
I guess to sum up, basically, we're looking at the area where the logo is. We're looking at the materials. We're looking at the colors. We're looking at location.
Right.
And
right.
and how it's constructed, how it's presented, how it's lit, all of that. And the only thing we can't really talk about is the location of the pricing and the size of those, because that's overridden by a state law.
Yeah, for the Summerlin one, they were going round and round because it started off as a combined sign like this, and then the owner ended up just taking that pricing component off of the sign and making it its own separate sign that was not within the purview of the BAR.
Well,
And then they had a
you mind if I
different
jump
sign with their, yeah, go ahead.
Excuse.
Yes.
That Summerlin job is mine as well, that station. And there was never a proposal to put the logo sign and the price sign together. I just met with the Summerlin Citizens Association today, and we determined together where to put the price signs, the exempt price signs. So it definitely was an issue, but we cleaned it up.
Okay.
My apologies if I misspoke. It's been going around
No,
and around for
it's
quite
all
a while.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification and the information from both of you.
Yeah, can I make another comment, please?
Yes, Lowell, we're still talking.
All right, so I understood the purpose of the sign to gather customers, but I think where the sign is located, I want to address that. So what I'm seeing is 2 palm trees and a telephone pole basically coming up into the middle of your sign if you are traveling west. And you have the curve of the road. So maybe the sign should be at the other side of the property, on the west end of the property instead of the east end of the property, and would be more effective in a different location. So I just want to throw that out to the owner and see if they may consider that as an alternative to where it's located now.
We considered it. We considered it, and it would be blocking the Santa Cota sign. We want to be a good neighbor.
Yeah. Well, in an overview of the whole area, this little gas station here is kind of an anomaly in our town, which granted it's on a state highway, but it's basically residential in every direction around this property. So I think just keep that in mind in light of being a good neighbor to everyone and not just the motel next door.
Sure.
That would be my comment on just the location might be more appropriate in a different spot.
Anybody else want to jump back in?
Yeah, I just have one quick question. Was there any consideration for putting this a little bit lower down where the existing price sign is?
I think that's actually in the
That's-
right of way, isn't it?
It is. We had it served. We had the property surveyed, and that is the right of way.
Alan,
basically the
it's what
sign
I'm
that I-
showing on the screen right now. You can kind of see that this is where that little, what do they call it, a sandwich board sign, where the standalone sign is right here, and this is the property line right there.
How long has that existing sign been in the right of way?
I just bought it 3 or 4 months ago. I think the Chumash has had it there forever.
Yeah. As long as I can remember, Alan.
And there's no argument. I mean, I don't get me wrong on this. I don't want to stretch the law here, but there's no.
Well,
no-
I think Caltrans doesn't have an issue with it because it's basically, I mean, if you hit it with a car, it just folds up. You know, it's movable, it's temporary as far as they're concerned, although it's been there for 30 years.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah. I was with you. Anybody else? Any other comments?
One other question, if I hate to belabor this point. If this is a pole sign, and this would be probably the, where that existing sign is now is probably the most visible of anything, unless you put a Klieg-like on it. There's no example in the county of a pole being on your property and the sign hanging over an easement?
You mean over the right of way?
Correct.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah, that's I would suspect you can't do that.
My preference was to put it there, and that's why I had the property surveyed. That was my preference, was to put it right there. I'd prefer to have a monument sign there, but it's just not going to happen in the right of way.
Right. So on the screen right now, I was trying to remember what we did when we looked at the gas station here on the corner of Edison and 246. And you could see they have it separated, obviously, with the prices down here, and then their signage is up here on this tower, which of course you don't have.
Right.
I was just trying to remember what we did there. Sorry about that.
Madam Chair, could I make a comment? This is Dan from Freedom Signs.
Sure.
About splitting the sign into two separate, or there is a rule about one freestanding sign per lot, so we couldn't split it. That was the reasoning for combining the two on the one pole.
Okay, guys, board, what kind of direction do we want to give them? Do we need, I mean, all of us are pretty darn familiar with this actual location.
Bethany?
Yeah.
I would just like to say, in addition to my other comments, after Cass brought it up, that if it is possible to be creative and figure out a way to use other materials to achieve their goals, such as, faux wood or whatever, but not an internally lit plastic sign, I would heartily support that. And that's my final comment.
Anybody else? Well, Nicole, I think, and this is for the applicant as well, I think there's, I mean, I think we all, the board appreciates that this is a very challenging location. You know, I don't know. Let me just look at this real quick. Yeah, because you've got the wires going across there. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, well, maybe you could put a pole sign here and have it essentially flag in towards the lot so that you could drive under it. But I think you've got wires coming through here or very close there, and I don't know if that could be accomplished. As far as the materials of the sign, I think you've gotten a lot of comments that we'd like to support this, or at least I would like to see you have a sign there, because the one out front's kind of, it's difficult to read. It comes up on you, you know, really quickly, and you're just never really quite sure about it. So this would provide some clarity, I think, for customers. But I think on balance, what I'm hearing from people is they don't want it to feel quite so urban or industrial. And that could be partially the graphics. But I don't know if there is an alternate way to do this so that it is, you know, you can maybe, if there's some room that you could find to play with some of the materiality, or to get it to look a little less, well, plastic is kind of a tough word, but
Madam Chair?
yes.
Could I ask one question, or maybe make a suggestion?
Sure.
Would it be possible to have, and just hear me out here, maybe two monument signs instead of a pole sign, and have one at either end, so that whichever direction you're going, you see it. And perhaps one of the signs could just be the wooden part. You know, I, as I mentioned before, I like the idea of it being painted the same. It could say Fuel Depot painted, and then have a gooseneck sign on it, or something that lights it up. And maybe you have just that at one end, and at the other end you have the larger sign, maybe not as big as this one, perhaps it could be smaller, and that could have the pricing. And I realize the pricing, it's like a LED thing, so obviously it wouldn't be painted, or you'd be out there painting it every other day. But something along those lines, where maybe a combination, and doing it that way, where they could both be a little bit smaller, but more, you know, rural in feeling, and more down at the street level instead of up in the air. Just a thought to throw in.
Adam, I know it wasn't you, but is there, within the ordinance pertaining to this property, is that a possibility to split them apart, or?
One freestanding sign per site, I believe.
You know, I would have to go back in our ordinance to make sure that it could be done with this property. When I was reviewing it, I know it's been a challenge as far as placement for the property, where to best put it, to make sure it's meeting, you know, the front setbacks, that 10 feet, and also not obstruct from, you know, ingress egress from the gas station onto this main street right there. It's kind of a challenge as far as placement, but I can go back once we come back to you and just kind of confirm as far as splitting the pricing and the actual sign itself.
Well, and
So I have an idea.
and as well as that, you know, taking into account, there's been a lot of different ideas, a lot of things thrown out here about materials, about placement, about all kinds of stuff. And obviously, we're not expert on this as the applicant is. And so that might be the best course of action at this point, is to have the owner and the sign designer kind of sit down and see if they can take into account some of these comments and come back to us with a proposal.
So can we go back to the pole sign? So I have a location on Turnpike and Galleria. So you see the oval sign there. So what happens at night when it lights up? Everything surrounding the drop and the fuel depot is black at night. So the only thing you see at night is just the fuel depot.
Oh,
That
you're
really
saying
helped.
that the light transparency in this would be for the letters fuel and depot and the drop?
That's correct. Oh, right. It's floating. And it really, that's what made the neighborhood happy there. The one thing the reason I don't want to use wood is I don't want to have to, I have a location down on Creo and Chapala Street that I have to, that's sandblasted wood. And that's fine because I can paint those. Those are down the ground. They're monument signs. This is 25 feet in the air, and they do need maintenance, painting maintenance.
Okay.
So that's why. But
Well,
I'd be willing to.
I think that if you take what your experience, and obviously you've worked with some very specific, very local issues, take that experience, get together with the sign designer there, Mr. Morris, and I mean, you've kind of got our comments, and if you could come back to us with whatever it is you come up with, hopefully we could reach a conclusion at that point, which I don't think is too big of a stretch. I think we could probably get it worked out. But I'd like to see what you could come up with. Because I think we're all in agreement that this doesn't quite get there. So.
Well, how soon can I come back? That's been the problem. I mean, I started 5 months ago or 4 months ago, and when I first bought this, even before when it was an escrow, I started, and I know we've been through the holidays and everything else, but how soon could I get back?
As far as I'm aware, I mean, we meet once a month. I mean, that is a constraint, obviously.
Okay.
But as far as I'm aware, there isn't any impediment to getting on the next hearing. The deadline for resubmittal is, I believe, 2 weeks before the next hearing. So,
okay,
you can get
so
the
there's
plan.
So the state that weights and measures says you have to have an identifier. This is just something to throw out there. You have to have an identifier with whether it's gasoline or diesel.
Yep.
Even if I shrunk the fuel depot sign down to a foot, then it would beat the state guidelines, and then it would all be exempt, correct?
That's something you need to talk to your planner about.
Okay. Well, that might be an avenue. Let's see what we can come up with. Let's see what we can come up with, keep everybody happy. And
yeah. And like I said, I don't think it's insurmountable. This is a process, and but you have quite a bit of experience as an owner going through this. And so I think that we've pretty much established that there's not really an alternate. I mean, the only alternative is over here on the west side. And I'm not sure that it's intrinsically a whole lot better than this side as far as power poles, guy wires, and vegetation. So
it's not.
It's kind of a 6
not
of one,
good.
half a dozen of the other situation.
Right.
So as far as that, and I think we've established that none of us can come up with a way to put it where the current price sign is. or a monument sign in that location. So I think it becomes a question of, you know, where we go from here. And like I said, I think if you came back to us, I would hope that if you guys sat down, put your heads together and took another swing at this and came back, having heard our concerns, I would be hopeful that we would get somewhere. But it is a
Right.
very
Can we-
challenging location.
Just wondering, as we've
very
got you
challenging.
here,
So-
could we explore flat finishes rather than glossy to kind of mitigate the plasticness that seemed to be objected to? You know, if we have a flat
That's-
finish.
That's definitely a great idea. Mr. Price is, it is Mr. Price, right?
This is
Yes.
Dan. Sorry.
Okay. You're Mr. Morris. He's Mr. Price. I'm just making sure I got my names correct still. Okay.
Yep.
So his experience with only lighting up a certain portion of it instead of the whole thing, as
Yep,
far
can
as
definitely do
the,
that.
yeah. So I think all of those things are good avenues to explore and talk to us about. And if you want, I mean, I can talk to my board. I can try and get elicit some more comments about this point, but I think everybody's kind of burnt out. We're kind of scratching our head and we need to let it go for a while and come back at it when it's percolated in our hindbrain a little bit,
Okay.
you know? So,
Bethany, can I ask a question for you?
yeah.
As long as we're asking, any way we can make it so that the pricing only goes to $2?
Yeah, I wish that was the case.
Yeah, don't we all?
Yeah.
Don't we all?
We
Okay.
actually, we make less money as the price goes up.
Well, yeah, because people squawk more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
So,
no, I know.
Okay,
Yeah, so if
let
you
us
could
work,
take the comments,
I'll just, okay.
take your experience and see what you do, and hopefully we'll see you in February.
Beautiful. Well,
Yeah,
thank
hope
you.
so. Thank you.
And I'll reach out to
Thanks,
the
guys.
planner more.
Okay, and
Thank you.
explore your things but I you know, we do recognize that this is a real challenge. This is kind of a pain in the patootie from the fact that it's kind of an orphan as far as use. I mean, it has the hotel next to it and the Y on the corner, but everything else is pretty much residential. And so it's kind of an odd location. It's on a curve in the road, which also complicates things on an uphill curve in the road or downhill, depending on your direction
Yes.
of travel. You've got vegetation that's off your property that's blocking things. You've got guy wires and other constraints and ingress and egress. And then you have us asking for, well, we don't want it to be plastic. And could you change the color? So you've got a lot of things going on. So whatever you can do that gets us closer and helps us make our findings, then gets you down the road and out of here faster. So.
Thank you. We will do
appreciate
just
you.
that. I'll be working with Dan.
Okay.
We'll put our heads together, Dan, and see what we can do to make this a better sign.
Yeah, we'll make it work. We'll make it work for sure. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank
And
you.
I think that is our last project because we already heard number 8. Do we have anything, David, do we have anything that we forgot to do?
I just wanted to very briefly just say that he hasn't said anything, but I have Jonathan Martin is participating here, and he's going to be your primary staff person. And so as Jonathan finishes his training, you'll see less and less of me personally.
Okay.
And that's until Leah comes back, which, you know, we anticipate her coming back at this point in, you know, maybe mid-spring, early summer. We're not quite sure.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Could I have a second?
second.
Oh, that was Robin, Lowell, and Puck, I think.
Yeah, we're not anxious.
Take your pick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you very much, board. Been a great board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm mostly happy to be chair. So have
Yes,
a
we
great
are too.
weekend.
And we're mostly happy to have you buy us lunch.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so much for that opportunity, Alan. Take care,
Bye-bye.
everybody.